Hello everyone, how's it going? And welcome to the Thursday stream of the week. We're back. Also, goddamn. Well, that too. But we're back. Second stream of July as well. Wow. Firing off from the gates, huh? Once again. Jesus. Okay. So yeah, yesterday was pretty good with FGO, JP. Played basically through the whole event. It's pretty short apparently. Had no idea I could even do it in all in one day, but I did. Obviously there's still the points ladder shop, stuff to clear, but looking pretty good so far in terms of progress. To beat the main quest and all that, got my ascension for the new servant, of course. So yeah, it was good. Nice and chill. And today we're back with probably even more chill stuff, because, continuing on with the read-through of Maho Tsukaida Yoru, The Witch on the Holy Night. Oh yes, making some very good progress on this game as well. Been doing it basically every week now. For many weeks in a row. We, I believe, reached episode 10 last time. I did start it, but obviously didn't get very far, but hopefully today we can at least read through 10. Maybe even more than that. I honestly don't know how long the chapters are, because it seems to vary a lot. Instant voice crack, by the way. But yeah, hopefully good progress and fun times ahead today as well. Now, hey, Suit, thank you so much for the 5 gifted as well. Much like yesterday. Immediately. Very cool. Thank you. Congrats to all the winners. Support review gonna be next week, since tomorrow is the Sunday games. Yes. We're gonna have the support reviews on next week's Sunday, basically, instead. But I did want to continue on with the playthroughs as well. So I figured I'll just do them tomorrow. There you go. Should be fine. Sunday is hopefully going to be fun anyways with the Ede anniversary stuffs. Now, hopefully everyone's having a good Thursday so far. Hopefully the week is good. Not too far from the weekend. Yay. Always a good thing. Oh, it's wasted. Let's see. Does the TTS work? It's always like 50-50.
Hey everyone,
just
dropping by today since I want to read this on my own MYSTFT way. Also, how does this person just keep on giving gift subs?
I have no idea. Suit is maybe some kind of a agent of the government. Who knows? But I'm okay with it. Also, Wasted, thank you for the 9 months. And a big welcome back to the Go Gang. Enjoy your 5-star badge. Very cool. Also, yeah, understandable. Obviously, again, these streams are never really that big or like hectic, because, a lot of people obviously want to read through Baho Yoru on their own. It's literally only story content. So, yeah, it's like spoiler city. So, understandable that, a lot of people want to read it on their own. But since I did start to read this on the stream for the first time when I started playing, I figured I'll just do the whole thing on stream anyway. Even if these streams never will be that big. So be it. At least I'm still having a fun time every time doing these on stream, regardless. Well, I doubt you'll ever have that issue, Suit. People are always happy to get sniped, it seems. So there you go. That is the menu for today. I guess today is also the launch of ZZZ. I'm still on the fence. I might actually try a bit later. I don't know yet. We'll see. I'm very much on the fence about it. No idea. But yeah, frick. Should be good to go, right? For hopefully a very nice-ish stream of Baho Yoru. Did I see what you posted at 3 a.m.? Probably not. Because I'm definitely not awake at 3 a.m. So, chances are I didn't. A lot of FG and AK players playing ZZ right now. Yeah. I mean, whenever Hoyo releases a new game, it's bound to get, a lot of attention nowadays. Even if I'm guessing it might not be as popular as Genshin and Star Rail. It could be, but you know, just because it's a Hoyo title, you know, might gather some attention. Well, definitely will get attention no matter what, but we'll see how much it ends up being. You pinged me, did you? Well, I'll just check it later, because I'm not sure if I saw it. Depends on what it was. If you can tell me what it was, then maybe I saw it. I'm not sure. Didn't realize they released a new game. Yeah. ZCC has been in development for a long time, I think. I think it was even talked about before Star Rail came out. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not sure what happened there, but, you know, it's finally out as of today, I guess. So who knows? Anyway. Hopefully things are good, and let's do this thing. Hello, hello. Bloop. Oh, it just loads right in, makes sense. So yeah, again, this is not the start of a new chapter or episode, because you know they call them episodes, but they're basically chapters. Same thing. This is like early on into chapter 10, basically. So pretty good progress so far. Also, hey Zayu, thank you for the 15 months. And hey, welcome back to the Go Gang, my dude. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll check it after the stream suit, sure. Yeah, I see all my pings later on. Okay. Anyway, let's see. As night appeared, two things vanished. The first was the whimsical snowfall. The second was the lights of the mansion on top of the hill. Aqua and Alice were nowhere to be seen inside. Only Soljuro remained. It was the night of Christmas Eve. Oh wow. Merry Christmas, I guess. Just saying kinda early, would you really like this endless gameplay? Yeah, I mean, I played the beta myself, because I was sponsored to make like a first impression video of the game. So I have played the game. I played it for like 6 hours, I think, throughout. I obviously didn't get super far, and I'm not even sure. I'm guessing the beta didn't even have that much content overall anyway. But I did play it for a good amount, so I basically got the gist of how the game feels, at least. And it wasn't bad. It was interesting. Again, the combat is like a mix of Star Rail and Genshin, because it's real time for sure, but it doesn't feel as, you know, like crazy hectic as Genshin does, if that makes sense. It does have a lot of spectacle in it though, for sure. But, I don't know. Maybe because I was early on, I could be biased, but it felt much simpler. And I think probably in a good way, honestly. So, depends on how people feel about that, I guess. Seems like DMC gacha. Yeah, I guess it is a bit DMC feelish. It's like, you know, you go through these linear maps, and then at some point you get stopped, enemies spawn, and you just deal with them. It is reminiscent of DMC a little bit, for sure. Yeah. Anyway. Though Aoko and Alice had yet to find Toko, they knew everything there would be concluded over the course of this day and the next. Ooh, foreshadowing maybe? Oh, is that like a gacha game of the franchise, Daryl? I'm guessing. PGR has the same gameplay. Oh, interesting. Christmas does that mean spooks? Well, hopefully not. Would be kind of weird to see her here. Anyway, Christmas comes but once a year. It was a singular time for endings and new beginnings. In Japan, the modern holiday dated back only about 100 years and celebrated Christ's birth only in name, with all its latter-day trappings. It was neither a pure homage nor corruption of the festival that inspired it. Regardless, there was a significant increase in the land's mana during festivals. I'm actually always so surprised that, you know, Japan has embraced a lot of the Western, you know, holidays. You know, Christmas, Valentine's, Halloween, stuff like that. They're actually all pretty big in Japan. Because when I think of Japan, I always imagine like super old school. And obviously, for the most part, they are very old school. But that's why I'm kind of surprised that they, you know, have embraced a lot of, you know, foreign policy or foreign cultures in their own culture as well. So It always surprises me. But hey, I mean, it's great, obviously. You know, even gacha games get more stuff because of those seasonal happenings. Such charge distortions were a boon to a mage's craft, be it creative or destructive. Yeah, supposedly they really like KFC on Christmas. That's what I learned not too long ago. Toko sought to destroy the local sigils, which gathered and properly cycled the magical energy of the land and its people. Sojiro was able to gather that much from Aoko and Alice's conversation. Toko had already claimed 3 sigils. Only 2 remained. Any further loss would signal Aoko and Alice's defeat. In order to protect the remaining ones, they had to split up. Aoko lacked power, so she would need to borrow a ploy from Alice and head to the Tokawa sigil, which boasted the greatest local energy supply. Yeah, I don't really understand how, you know, I mean, again, presumably it's because KFC themselves, you know, took a very aggressive marketing campaign in, like, was it the 70s or it was like the 80s in Japan, to be like, oh yeah, KFC, that's the best Christmas thing ever, and they all bought it, and now it's been a thing ever since. But it's so weird to be thinking that, hey, fried chicken is a Christmas thing. Because in Finland we have all these traditional Christmas foods that are definitely nothing to do with fast food, so it always baffles my mind. But yeah, you know, I guess that's culture shock for you. So for them it's obviously very normal. Alice would go fully equipped to the sigil in Yashirogi. Freed from the constraints of civilized society, magecraft is most powerful at midnight. Oh, dude. You know what this reminds me of? Frickin' Rin summoning in Stay Night, right? It was the same thing. Like, she tried to make everything perfect. She even, like, got her catalyst and everything, the location, and she even tried... I'm pretty sure she did her summoning at, like, midnight, after midnight, too. So her magical power was, like, at peak. Damn, consistency, I see. The young witch and the apprentice mage wished each other luck before leaving the mansion. Yeah, time for the Midnight Channel. KFC is great in Asia, unlike in the US. Sure. I tried KFC for the first time in Japan, and it was okay, but I didn't think it was anything amazing. But it's not like I ordered anything fancy either, just something basic. It was almost 10 at night. After the girls set out, the first 2 hours passed quickly. When Aoko was ready to head off, Sojiro walked with her to the foyer. Neither had spoken a word to each other. She had departed without showing any sign of fear. It was difficult to tell whether she did not want to get him involved or whether she did not see him a worthy ally in combat. Maybe both. Who knows? Supposedly 2 p.m, but you got the time wrong. Yeah, true. The clock was messed up, I believe. The thought stuck with him. He let out a long sigh. Not out of dejection or frustration. It was a mechanical, emotionless breath. He sat on the near frozen floor, staring vacantly up at the skylight. Moonlight peeked through the clouds. He imagined the moonlight bouncing off the town's powdery blanket and illuminating the night. But he would not find himself downtown. Watching from the sidelines was his role to begin with. His roommates and he lived worlds apart. He could not keep up with them, and if he did not show the same kind of will, he would remain on the sidelines. However... Aware? Oh, it's been like since the 70s, okay. Sojiro looked up at the moon. Somewhere deep inside, he felt a trickle of sadness. Damn. Veiled in white and cloaked in darkness, the park seemed like a forgotten memory. Not a soul was in sight. The night felt far more enigmatic than usual, yet the air was clean enough to drink. Though only a sliver of moonlight peered through the clouds, it lit up the entire world. In those moments, a young girl's footsteps echoed, trampling the still white silence under a midnight sun. The pale moon illuminated the inky blue sky. Only a few streetlights and an incongruous phone booth betrayed signs of civilization. A girl appeared, dressed in black. Oh, Alice. Against the snowy landscape, the figure of Alice Kuoji was unmistakable. Pure black, deeper than even the night, were her overcoat, gloves, and hat, even her hair and eyes. Nothing stirred for a time. Not Alice, nor the white scenery. The world was a still painting of a snowy field. Only time moved, gradually darkening the lights in the park, and eventually the nearby homes as well. Yashirogi was a more modern and developed town than Misaki. Though the park was located in the center of town, it had become a blind spot. It had been overlooked by developers and carried no commercial value. A few houses encircled the park, the street lights turned off at midnight. It was a white night. People, even machines, were fast asleep.
私が先なのね。
She whispered, watching the street lights slowly fade. She thought she heard a dog howling in the distance. Perhaps it was howling at the moon. The howl reached deeper into the night than expected. A wolf, maybe? Someone's at the phone. The phone rang. It was perhaps the first time it had hung since Sojiro moved into the mansion. Hesitantly, he picked up the receiver and brought it to his ear. He heard nothing. He felt he had to say something, but could not think what. Maybe something like, "Hello, Kuonji residence." Or maybe, "You've reached the Aozaki residence." While he was deep in thought, a voice as light as air came through the receiver. Wait, is that Alice? What the fuck? Also, hello, Kaiser. He could barely hear the voice, but it was definitely Alice's. That sounded like she was not feeling too good.
そうだけど、アリス。
No response. The silence was as profound as the night, but for the sound of static from the receiver. After a long pause, Alice finally spoke.
青子はいる。
いや、まだ帰ってないけど。
Hey, Divinity, good morning.
そう。
With a click, the call ended. He wondered if she had something to say but could not respond in time. Well, that was not sus at all. Slowly they advanced, carving through the fresh snow. There were so many. Where had they all come from? Dozens of feral dogs snarled at Alice, their eyes strained on her. The snow clung to the beasts' mangy fur. Their clenched fangs and bloodshot eyes hid a barely reined hunger that might burst forth like lightning at any moment. They yearned to taste her warm flesh and satiate their empty bellies. To them, the girl in black stood like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Bad puppies, uh-oh. She watched them, disinterested. It appeared that the Yashiroki sigil was the key target tonight, not Tokawa where Aoko had gone. And well, she drew the short stick. Alice had always been unflappable, and the child's play before her was hardly about to change that. Her main enemy was not the dogs surrounding her, but the lone mage behind them, Toko Aozaki.
ひどい趣味。ここ数年で品が落ちたの。
Wow.
まあそれならそれで嬉しいけど、これが地金なら青崎との付き合いもいよいよ白紙に戻せるわ。
Interesting. She refers to Aoko by Aozaki here. Toko laughed at the acerbic taunt.
いやいや、これは不可抗力でね。安心しろアリス。間違っても私の趣味じゃない。
Crunching through the fallen snow, Toko slowly came into view. She wore a moss green coat that contrasted sharply with Alice's garb. A silk scarf warmed her neck. She stood tall, her hair short, striking a more valiant posture than any young man. After all, the two standing here needed to be less like the shining moon, and more like the darkness surrounding it. The barking abated. Like servants in a royal court, they averted their eyes from their ruler, lest their eyes and hearts be plucked out.
久しぶりだね、アリス。
瞳子さんもお元気そうで。
They stood about 12 feet apart. No love had been lost between them. Just two enemies, one who was to be victorious and one who was to fall.
さて、どうしようかアリス。積もる話もある。君の近況にも興味がある。そもそも今回の件についていろいろと説明したくてたまらない。5分ほど時間を割いても構わない。
I didn't comment on the angle. Yeah, it's a bit of a more of a serious scene.
お断りよ。あなたと5分も話をしていたら、その隙に内臓まで売却されそう。
The following events unfolded quickly. Boldly and without a second thought, Alice pulled out a cat's bell from the seam of her mantle and dropped it. Oh, dude, it's a ploy. I think this is an FGO as well. Diddle diddle. The beginning of Alice Kuonji's magecraft. The start to a night of fairy tales. Aoko favored a quick draw approach, like something from a western. However, Alice preferred sleight of hand. She used her target's blind spots against them, ending the game before they knew it had begun. The bell fell like a coin into a fountain. Then, as it was about to strike the ground, it shattered, disappearing without a trace.
ルーン、
Oh shit, was she prepared? Uh-oh.
ああ、一日かけて公園中に刻ませてもらった。
Well, that's bad.
この公園の道はレンガだからね。手間こそかかったが簡単な仕事だった。
Is that a -1 ploy just like that? That's brutal if that's the case.
周りの森まで見て、ざっと400平米のキャンバスだ。面白いだろ？今私たちは30万字以上のルーンの上にいる。
Swallowing hard, Alice took a step back. Toko had carved runes all over the ground. Even in the area Diddle reacted to alone, there was a depressing amount of them. She had truly carved them into the whole park. Alice did not react with surprise. She simply narrowed her eyes. She could see how it would have taken the whole day. It was no wonder Diddle Diddle, banquet of the night, was destroyed by the skin of sun. Still, something bothered Alice.
一体どうやって隠していたの？
There were just so many. What kind of magecraft could do that?
ああ、ちょっと特別性。このルーンね、普段は確定していないんだ。こうしている今も変形している。パッと見はただの傷跡。それが強い魔力に触れると元の形に立ち戻る。
So they only react to actual magecraft? Wow. Smart.
そんなわけで、いかなる夜の深さをもってしても、この太陽は没しない。この通り、 雪が降ってくれたおかげで視覚的なごまかしも万全だったしね。
She spoke modestly, but Alice could not imagine the amount of persistence, technique, and skill it must have taken. And it only took a day. Even 10 mages would have trouble producing so many sophisticated runes in that time. Moreover, these runes were made using unknown techniques the association had not approved.
負け惜しみだけど、私みたいな小娘一人に大人げないわね、瞳子さん。
Wow.
バカを言うな。君を小娘だなんて一度も思ったことはないよ。まあ、私好みの体だと眠めつけることはあったがね。
What is she on about? Ooh. Whoa. It happened in the blink of an eye. Alice cut off Tolko's snide remark with a deadly stare. The left eye of the darkly clad girl changed in color to an ominous ruby. The speed of the incantation was phenomenal. Alice's mystic eyes of enthralling snared Tolko. She had mystic eyes? What? Yo, that's kinda... Wow. Damn, enthralling, huh? Holy. Well then. I guess it's a mirror match then. For mystic eyes at least. She had been the one to quite literally be taken captive by the girl's stare. So it's basically, it's very similar to like, you know, petrification, like it restricts the movement of the enemy. Tolko tried to raise her arm but could not even move a finger. Alice's mystic eyes commanded absolute control with no room for resistance. Only a person's internal organs were allowed the freedom to move. Since their organs still function, it was more precise to say that her eyes forbid the target from acting. Alice had played her hand with exquisite timing. It wasn't the speed of her eyes that had given her an edge. The deftness with which she wove her spells to exploit the briefest vulnerability is what made Alice a different caliber to other mages like Aoko. This witch who lived hidden in the modern era was more seasoned in magical battles than Tolko.
だが残念。ディドルディドルが響かないのでは、魔眼のアクロスティック化はできないようだな。惜しいね。あの月目のプロエキシャーなら、これで私の方はお手上げだったろうが。
The formation holding Tolko began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the mage had bested Alice's mystic eyes. Damn. So without the, like, some kind of a buff from, you know, what's it called again? Oh shit, no, I scrolled up, I wanted to see the log. How do you see the log? I'm confused. Oh, there we go. Diddle was gonna buff her mystic eyes, but she doesn't have that anymore. Okay. Alice's black outfit fluttered in the wind. She turned so she was not facing Tolko head-on. The mage had recovered through her own mystic eyes. At the root of Tolko's mystic eyes was a spell of mesmerize. Most effective when facing their prey, such eyes could mind-jack a target's awareness. It was difficult to resist head-on. However, its effect was greatly diminished if the target was not facing the eyes directly, even if it was within range. Moreover, the girl was the last witch of her lineage, who commanded a great number of fairy tales. Against mystic eyes that projected their effects, simply turning one's body was enough to repel half of the magical energy. Oh, Diddle in general is not just for the mystic eyes, but for like all of her magecraft. Just basically like a giga buff to her. Pretty unfortunate that she doesn't have that now. Like Alice's eyes, Tolko's could also disable actions. Alice had escaped by the skin of her teeth. The damage she'd suffered was the weight of a twig to a forest. She just had to let the energy pass through. In an instant, a startling chill ran through her body. Whoa, this was a problem. Is that a premonition of something? The touch of death ran up her spine. Oh, dude, uh-oh. She glared at the mage before her as blue rubber balls flowed out from beneath her overcoat. The stare-off grew more intense. Alice glared harder, resisting Toko's mystic eyes with her own. Losing was not an option. In terms of raw magical energy, Alice's mystic eyes were more powerful and advanced than Toko's. Surely nobody could beat her. And yet, her unfiltered stock of magical energy, stifled by old-fashioned values, was no match for Toko's madness. Deeper within her eyes, somehow the eyes revealed a sealed power. There's like shutters? Whoa. Damn, that's deep. Is that actually like petrification or something? Inside the crystalline lens of the mage's left iris was a bottomless pit, a Klein cube. Oh. Yeah, it's this thing again. I mean, it makes sense because again, the first time we saw it was from the Alco puppet, right? Which now we know was obviously, you know, made by Toko. So makes sense that, you know, something like this would appear again. Alice winced in pain. The bindings grew in number. So many mystic eyes, thousands perhaps, and all fixed on Alice. So she's like multiplying her eyes. Like, you know, multiplying the effectiveness or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the seals for sure, yeah. Maybe it's just the stun, but again, it was like different color or something, because in FJ was like blue. Anyway. Pressure. So much pressure. Endless, and Alice do it. Oh wait, it's the skill icon, right? That's just a silhouette with the red lines on it, like going in the middle of the torso. Like if someone had, like some servants have that as a skill icon. It's not like the icon for the effects of like skill seal or MP seal. Those are different icons. But if you have it, like some skills have it as their icon. It's like the icon for disruption basically, because it can have various effects inside of it. It's not stun because stun is the blue one. The disruption one is the is this one with the red and the black stuffs. Like if you look at Benkei, I think he has two of these icons, right? Because he has MP seal and skill seal. Stun was Algo being hit by the puppet. Yeah, that makes sense. Damn, all the restraints. She's got them all. She saw incredulously, she saw eyes growing within eyes. Toko had placed opposing mirrors inside her eyes, resulting in an infinite glare. Wow, dude, that sounds like troll science or something. She's multiplying her glare by reflecting her glare with mirrors. What? That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy if that's how it works. It was the act of a mad woman, creating mystic eyes within mystic eyes. She could even control the resulting chaos caused by all the copies. Her insanity knew no bounds. So would she have a madness enhancement even if she's not a berserker? No mage in their right mind would mass produce so many mystics, the last escape of humankind, so indiscriminately.
やれやれ。これもお気に召さないか。私なりにマインスターの真似事をしてみたつもりなんだが。うまくできているだろう。
マッドサイエンティスト。Son of a bitch。
君の悪路のように希少な神秘で現実をねじ曲げるのではなく、量産した神秘で現実をねじ。
Yeah, she's kinda crazy.
物自体はただの魔眼。だがその段数には果てがない。相手がどれほどの魔力抵抗を持っていようと、それ以上の魔力で拘束するだけのものだ。
You think she's still gonna be a berserker? I guess she could be, yeah. She wielded power without limit to disable an opponent. Once one was caught in them, one was chained to the concept of infinity. Projection-type eyes had a fatal flaw. Their firepower and formulae were insignificant compared to the great artillery of incanted spells, but Toko had torn down that conventional wisdom with brute strength. If the gun was a pea shooter, she simply needed to bring more guns. A 9mm bullet could never destroy a fortress unless one threw a fortress's mass of bullets at it. I guess that's true. Still, the thing is though, in that case, even if you could get enough mass, you would still need the power behind it to launch the mass. The principle was brutishly simple, but in the world of magecraft where concepts decided supremacy, Toko's iterative mystic eyes were the perfect weapon. Iterative, huh? Makes sense. The target would be bound until she closed her eyes. In theory at least, the effects were infinite. No amount of magical energy could ever overcome it, so it was utterly futile to resist using magical energy. Of course, one way to counter it would be to stay out of her line of sight to begin with. The standard tactic against mystic eyes was to defeat the user before they were aware of you. There was, however, another way. It was simpler than one might think. Yeah, I guess that would be an interesting scenario soon.
ともあれ、これで罪だ。何か言い
Damn,
残すこと。
she's confident, dude. Alice could no longer see her enemy. Toko's infinite eyes had bound her. All she could make out was a sliver of moonlight and a blue streak tracing its way towards her.
結構悔いのない人生で羨ましい。
She drew a rune in the air, unleashing a shockwave to tear flesh asunder. The gusts became blades of air that shredded Alice's overcoat and minced. I mean, looks kind of bad. Did her clothes protect her or something? Did they absorb all that? No. Blue feathers fitted all around, or flitted. Toko felt something behind her and turned. 5 cat-shaped bells were thrown at her feet. Oh, she's got more? And just as quickly as they shattered to pieces, standing before her was a completely unharmed Alice.
そよ風みたいなルーンね。トウコさん。
Oh wow.
本当に鈍って。
Through the good old shift of, you know, who's in power. That's the classic fight trope. But you know what? Hey, I'm all about it. Battle of Wits has commenced for sure.
うつせみか。術者の身代わりになるプロイの話。
She's not the only one who can duplicate things. Wow.
ええ。1年のうち365日は役立たずで。どうしてあんなのが古参なのか、私も疑問だけど。殺され。
Oh, it's Robin. As if responding to Alice's words, a bird began chirping frantically. An anonymous sacrifice. Who killed Cock Robin echoed in the night, sang out of tune. Cock.
ああ、そんな歌もあったな。だがあれは一度に1回しか殺されない。2度目はないし。
So this is basically her mechanic in FGO, right? Where she gets that special defensive buff, the Robin buff, that no one else has in the entire game. This is basically that, right? Yeah. The bird squawked a very unbird-like death throw. From behind her, the blue robin fell from its tree, a victim of Tolko's mystic eyes. So the robins just take hits occasionally, just to protect Alice.
本当に使えない。
And toxic though.
ではやり直しだ。あとも使えている。これで終わりにしよう、アリス。どのみちこの公園では手がないだろ。
そうでもないわ。確かに今の私にあなたの魔眼は破れない。けれど Build up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay, build up with wood and clay, my fair lady.
Okay, the singing has commenced, so you know it's super serious. Uh-oh. The song came from the depths of the earth, stirring a mighty quake to mark the birth of something gargantuan. Is this the giant thing? I forgot the name. Like the earth giant thingy. Tolko needed to throw Alice into an infinite hell before whatever that was could be completed. But she was far too late.
Wood and clay will wash away, falling down, falling down, build up with
Yeah, it's that one.
my fair lady.
The ground burst to life. A finger, then another, and another, all rising up like towers. Earth, snow, and brick knitted together, manifesting a giant stone golem.
そんなバカな話があるか。
Oh, she doesn't know about this? Surprising.
なぜこいつが出てきやがる。
Oh, flustered. Toko was so angry and confused she could barely gather her thoughts. The bridge giant, the monster from the Minster's fairy tales, rose from the ground, ruining Toko's plan. The giant was extremely powerful, but could only be summoned under one condition. It must be in proximity to a natural river. Yeah, this was the condition, because we did saw the giant in an earlier scene too. I think it was the first time we ever saw Alice do any combat in the woods against some of Tolko's creations. That was the monster's one and only condition. But this park was nowhere near one. And on top of that, it was rising up directly between them, mid-battle.
あら、あるでしょう。すぐそこに。
Okay.
川と呼ぶには小さな、すぐに消えてしまうものだけど。
What is she waffling about? Tolko lowered her gaze. She was standing in a puddle of water. The scarred red mage was dumbfounded. That was why Alice had used Diddle Diddle before. While the bells could be replenished, they were valuable to her, and she had spent 5 throwing them in an intentional line for the sun runes to destroy. Wait, so those produce water? Is that what happened? From breaking? From their
気の気の流水か。
melting snow. Wow. Well, there it is. The arms of the Thames troll rose up from the stone paving. The monster's torso alone surpassed 80 feet. Its form was made entirely of stone. Hopefully they have their, frickin', bounded field in place so no one can see this shit because it's fucking huge, right? Previously, she had created one using the trees of a forest. However, Tolko knew instantly the monster before her was at least twice as powerful. So now it's created from stone and concrete and shit. I think this is the one we have in FGO. Yeah, because of the stone shape, it looks like a Spriggan, yeah. She unleashed her stacked mystic eyes. They were meaningless at this stage. They had no effect on the giant. As said, mystic eyes can be countered in two ways. The first is to hide oneself from the view of the mage. That was the standard response. The other way, however, was devilishly simple yet 100% effective. In fact, it's less of a way and more of a fact. Mystic eyes curse a target by focusing on them. However, what if the target was too large to focus on entirely? Well, there you go. It's too big, bruh. The answer was, one could barely stop a single arm. The giant, unfazed, raised his right arm and swung it down onto the ground, destroying thousands of rudes. Uh-oh. Big fist. Who's Bunyan? Bunyan smash? Oh, dude, it's like scraping the whole ground. All the runes on the surface are gonna be all fucked up, dude. Wow. Dude, that's gonna be cool animation. Like, go like, poof, and then just seeing the ground get like absolutely torn apart. Damn. The demolished stones were even absorbed into its arm, adding to its mass. As the mage had said before, no matter how deep the night, these little suns won't set. While the suns might not set, they could be crushed under the bulk of a giant's hand. Yeah, I like that this is at least kept simple. It's like, you know what? That might be true, but sometimes brute force can still win. Like, you might be 5-head, but, you know, strength can a lot of the time still be a very logical way of, you know, winning. Just fuck it up, dude. Very simple and effective. The victor of the battle was decided. Toko closed her eyes and prepared to escape. The stray dogs began to whine, fearful of the hulking figure before them.
参ったな。私ではマインスターには勝てなかったか。まあ、そのあたりは今後の課題としよう。
So this will be a stalemate for now?
呆れた。逃げられる
Oh,
と思
but she's
った
not all about it.
トウコさん。
まさかそこまで鈍ってはいないよ、アリス。第一、逃げるとしたらそれは私の方じゃないからね。
There was no hint of bravado in Toko's tone. Even in the face of a titan she had no means of harming, her confidence was unshakable. The reason being...
ま、前座は終わりだ。来い、ベオ。
Beo? Okay. This was no longer a battle of skill. A fight for survival had begun. Snap went Toko's fingers. In response, a beautiful high-pitched melody floated up toward the moon. It echoed all around them. The spiral howl dredged up ancient primal memories. Its source emerged from the shadows and landed next to the mage. Dago. Wow. Beautiful fur. Alice's lip trembled faintly. Not from fear, but with admiration once she recognized the creature before her. It was a majestic golden beast, beyond the domain of both magical and phantasmal, simply divine. It was a life that should have passed from the world with the age of gods. A mystic derived from human wisdom, preserved by thousands of generations of hidden tradition. A recreation of a miracle that once freely walked the earth, the natural enemy of magecraft, able to crush it with ease. Quiet resignation settled over Alice's face. The golden beast charged. This time she didn't even have a chance to admit defeat. Wait, what? That's it? Really? No way, dude. What? No shot, though. Oh wow, is that Esper in the chat? I feel like it's probably been like years since I last seen your name. But hey, how you doing, bro? Still remember that name though. That's the crazy part. She could hear the beasts breathing in her ear. Oh my god, she actually did get wrecked by it? Oh no. It seems she had been unconscious for a short time. Alice opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Holy, she's fucked up, dude. Oh my. Each cough sent pain shooting through her body. Blood rose from the pit of her stomach and she spat it onto the cold ground. You tune in every now and then, but say nothing much love. Oh, yeah, sure. I had no idea, honestly. So I never really like look at my viewer list or anything, so all I know is, you know, the people from like that send messages from the chat. Cool though. Hopefully life's good. When her vision returned, she was able to make out the distant sky, falling snow, and the golden wolf. The wolf panted. It stared at Alice, saliva dripping from its mouth onto her cheek. Razor-sharp fangs lined its jaws. Its fur was glossier than that of any animal she had ever seen. Brutal, knife-like claws protrude from its massive blood-stained paws. And yet it did not smell like a beast. Surely the presence of such a noble creature, a human would feel like the lesser animal. The battle between Alice and the wolf was over before it had begun. After destroying the troll, it baptized Alice with its wicked claws, giving her no chance to escape. Oh, that looks really bad, dude. Also, wait a minute. First of all, the wolf just wrecked the giant, the Thames troll, and then immediately just wrecked Alice right after. Holy. That's crazy, dude. So OP, man. Just like that, both of them got wrecked. Also, hi Albert, how you doing? At least now you can't get spoiled, because this would have been a very, unfortunate timing to join, it seems like. Anyway, its side swipe had torn into her abdomen like a sword, carving through her clothes and flesh, all the way to her heart. Even so, not once did Alice make a sound. Holy. Oh, that looks bad, dude. That is bad. I mean, obviously it's not a normal wolf, Bazab. I'm not that stupid. I'm still like can't fathom that, that seems pretty overpowered though. I mean, it probably is overpowered, but I'm just, iterating what I'm seeing and reading right now, The wolf had her pinned and stared at her face. Her limbs felt ready to break at any moment. That was the situation she found herself in. Now fully conscious, Alice stared at her enemy through pained eyes. She felt no fear, only cold reality sinking in. Sensing Alice's demeanor, the wolf suddenly paused, its paw still raised. They looked into each other's eyes. Oh, it talks. Wow. Very cool. The wolf's voice came as a surprise, but there was no doubt it had spoken. The wolf's voice sounded innocent, almost childlike. In complete contrast to what had happened up to that point, the wolf smiled. So it seems to be even younger than Alice, considering she calls Alice an one-chan. Well, that's kind of weird. The wolf opened its mouth wide and clamped its jaws around Alice's neck. Toko's tone was sharper than the wolf's fangs. Oh, is she gonna let her live? The wolf froze. He let go and slowly turned his head towards the voice. I mean, you know what I mean though, Ryan? Come on, dude.
話に聞いた橋の巨人も結局は他の生き物と一緒だったし。
So this is interesting. I wonder why she just didn't use this from the beginning then. Is that like pride or something? Did she want to prove herself as the better mage? Because this seemed like this would have been an instant checkmate, considering how insanely overpowered it was against her and her, you know, Thames troll. The wolf backed away from Alice, as if no longer interested in his prey. To the golden beast, she had little more than an old she was little more than an old chew toy.
なんだ、もう意識が戻ったのか。心もタフなら体も大概だな。骨まで砕いてその程度の出血とは。マインスターの教育の。
Yeah, I guess it could be the whole noble phantasm argument that, you know, try not to use it unless you have to, because obviously it will be, you know, people can maybe think of countermeasures if they know how, you know, who you are or how it works, you know, etc, etc. So it could be that too, I guess. But yeah, I'm guessing it's more of the pride thing or something. Not so much as the trump card here, but who knows. Barely clinging to life, Alice stared at Toko. But not a stare of hatred in defeat, but one of disbelief. She simply wondered why Toko had brought such a beast.
ああ、紹介が遅れたな。彼はおそらく地上で現存している最後の人狼だ。
Last known werewolf on Earth? What?
北欧の奥地に生きる彼らの一族の中に現れた。
Northern Europe, yo? Poggy?
見ての通り、先祖返りなんて言葉じゃ表せない黄金の神秘でね。名前がなかったんで、わかりやすくベオールフと呼んでいる。
I remember there was I was wondering, this is probably connected, but yeah, I remember there was another human-looking character that had the name Beowulf from the. I remember it was shown on stream as well, and then I think they're on one of the event Cs as well. So I see what's happening here. Okay. Beowulf, but it's not the same Beowulf, right? Definitely not. It's just a name that she picked, I guess. I mean, it's not a bad name for a, you know, legendary werewolf or something, I guess. That doesn't have a name, I guess. So, sure. Sure, why not? Alice's face was perplexed, even though she hadn't wavered when she was disemboweled. Beowulf, the name of the heroic giant slayer from Danish legend. Yeah, there's the one we have at FGO. The other one. It came from Old English, a combination of honeybee and wild beast, a bear in other words.
なんでそんなちぐはぐな名前を。
いや、可愛いからに決まってるだろ。
Perhaps because of the name, or because of the golden beast itself. Fighting the pain, Alice struggled to read Toko. In this respect, she was worse than Alco. Also, what was that response? What do you mean it's cute? After such a serious thing that she's like back to like a nonchalant mode. It's like, oh, but it's a cute name, come on. True, this is basically a giant slayer too, because of, you know, it wrecking the Thames troll.
マインスターの娘がただの畜生に傷つけられるとは思ってはいないよ。
Ah, so the other dogs are here because of this one. Okay.
今のところは。
Toko's mouth twisted into a grin. Not the warm one Sojiro saw, but the merciless smile a victor displays to a loser. The disdain in Alice's eyes turned to anger. The golden mystic. How could Toko have brought such a creature into the human world?
需要と供給だよ。過疎化は人間だけの問題じゃない。彼らもいい加減。
She bought him? How and where and what? Okay.
といってもあくまで里から出すだけの権利だがね。お察しの通り、私の髪はベオとの契約に使い切った。自分の髪を使って分身を作るより強大な怪物を縛り付けた方がよっぽど健全。
While she was talking, Toko noticed something strange. An unusual sound. Yeah, that was fleshy. What was that? A preternatural? What the hell does that mean? Sound that tore at the mind. A sound that should not have existed. And it was coming from the girl's open abdomen. Or is it healing or something? What?
というより。
何この匂い。トウコさん、なんかワクワクすること起きてない？
Curious, Beowulf moved closer, like a puppy examining a new toy.
見るな、あっちに行っていろ、ベオ。正気を失っても知らんぞ。
Toko shooed the mutt away with her hand. Beowulf lowered his head meekly and withdrew.
教育方針を間違ったかな。まったく、乙女の腹を見ようなんて恥を知れ、恥を。
I don't read the translation so far. I would say it's like a 7.8 out of 10 in my opinion. There's definitely some awkward, phrases here and there, lots of typos for sure. And I feel like, because I can understand Japanese to a decent extent. I would maybe translate many sentences a bit differently, so the message gets carried over a bit better, but it's still solid enough. I think it's good.
トウコさんだって見てるじゃない。
Yeah, it's passable.
バカ、私は乙女だからいいんだ。
Wow. If Alko had been here, she would have blasted them away for their impudence, just as she did against Flat Snark.
しかしむごいな。こんなになるまで放っておくとは。マインスターは人の親とは言えまいよ。
With her gloved hand, Toko ran her fingers along the wound on Alice's abdomen. A flash of pain ran through Alice's body. She had held in her screams, but she finally let out a long breath. I'm not sure what you mean, Guardian. She turned her face away in pain or shame.
ほら、もう肌も復元している。骨格、血管はおろか、内臓にまで
She's got crests all over the place. Wow.
生後、肉体に魔術回路を付加することは諸刃の剣だ。
So the Kuonji crest is really good, huh?
呪文と自分を一体化させることにより、栄唱の手間を省き、術者に多大な利点をもたらす魔術刻印。しかし、それは多ければ多いほど苦痛を伴う。青崎の刻印は腕一本分。
So so there's her body, the entire body is a crest. Like it's everywhere, not just in an arm or something like they have in Naozaki. Wow. Did I watch the Ali anime? Oh, you mean the hides her feelings in Russian or whatever? I forgot what it's called. No, I did not watch it. Again, maybe I'll give it a few weeks, then I'll ask people who watch it, what do they think about it, like if it's actually genuinely worth watching, and then I might pick it up, but I'm not gonna get into it immediately right now, because I have enough shows this season already planned to watch, so yeah, I'm not gonna just randomly start picking up more stuff just for the sake of it. Yeah. You're still mad at yesterday's AMQ says. Yeah, that was really funny. Dude, I'm not sure because you haven't played in a long time, right? I swear, that happens all the time. And I swear, I have like a billion conspiracy theories for AMQ, and that's definitely one of them, which is new songs that get added get a rate up boost, if that makes sense. Like, they definitely appear more if a song is brand newly added to AMQ within like the 24 hours or maybe like less than 3 days. I swear, they appear way more. There's something to that. Like, you might think you were really unlucky, but it's not the case. It just happens all the time. I was expecting us to get the Oshinoko songs as well. So yeah, trust me, it happens all the time. The magic crests Toko referred to were the inheritance of the Aozaki family passed down by their ancestors. They can only be inherited. Aoko had received the ones that were meant for Toko.
しかしそれも良し悪しだな。
Oh wow, is that Soup Bear as well? Holy. How you doing, my dude?
右腕に刻印をした青子の痛みは残る人間の体と神秘となった右腕とが反発する程度だ。
Hello, Fish Kermit. Your name is kind of funny because our oh wait! Oh, dude, I forgot. But I was about to say your name is funny because our current default TTS is Kermit. But I forgot. It's a new month. I should change the default TTS. Your name kind of reminded me of that just now. Oh yeah, we should come up with a new default TTS. Wow, I sneezed mid-sentence. Holy, that was a fast one. Didn't even feel it coming. Usually when I feel it coming, I try not to, talk, because, otherwise it's going to interrupt my sentence, but that one just came out of nowhere. Okay. But anyway, we should change the TTS. I'll try and change it for tomorrow, if I remember. I'm going to write that down right now. Change default TTS. There we go. Tomorrow we should hopefully have a new one. Great.
通常の肉体が右腕を否定し末梢にかかる痛み。
You can do a Kerbit voice. Oh, that's funny.
精神
It's a
的
funny
にも肉体
voice.
的にも生じる幻痛は現在にも似て拭い去ることはできない。
Hello, Leon. How you doing?
だがここまで来ると痛みも何もあるまい。
Damn, she's transcending pain. Is that a Pepsi? Yeah, I mean Pepsi Max is my go-to like soft drink because I don't drink sugary drinks anymore. I think like if we would go by sugar versions, I prefer Coke over Pepsi, but if we go by non-sugar versions, Pepsi Max is definitely better than Coke Zero. I still have some Coke Zero here and there. I think I even right now have some in my fridge, but I think Pepsi Max is definitely better than Coke Zero. My opinion, Dr. Pepper. I've never really had Dr. Pepper. At least I don't remember ever trying it. But I assume it has no sugar-free versions anyway. They overthrew Pepsi. What does that mean?
自分が人間だとまだ信じている。
Oh yeah, I went to the groceries. I did my once every month. I always my mom when she has some time. We use her car and go into like this big mall that has a huge grocery store, and I buy like a lot of groceries for the entire month. Today was the day of July that we went to do it because today was a good day for her, and I had time in the morning, so we were like, yeah, fuck it, we'll do it. So bought a bunch of shit again, including, as you can see, a lot of Pepsi. Those are all Pepsi crates right there. The big stack, that is. So there you go. There's a lot more Pepsi as well. I mean, it doesn't really expire anytime fast, and they're fucking heavy as shit. So if I have a car available to transport stuff, then I'm obviously gonna stock up. So there you go. Because normally when I do my groceries here by myself, I usually fill like one grocery bag, because I don't want to carry more than that back to my apartment because I'm walking there, obviously. So if I have a car available for, easy goods transport, then I can buy way more in one go. More heavy stuff, etc., makes sense. It's rare there, okay. I think it's kind of rare here too, but I'm pretty sure you can find Dr. Pepper though. I see, Ryan. Wait, so is Dr. Pepper not... It's its own brand? I thought it was like owned by Coke or Pepsi or something. Is it really its own brand? Toko took Alice's body in her arms. Oh, is this gonna be a Princess Carrie moment? The wounds from Beowulf had mostly healed. Even so, her breathing was shallow, likely due to pain. So it is its own thing. I never knew. I just assumed it would be, you know, property of one of the big ones, like most of the popular soft drinks are. You know, like Sprite and Fanta are owned by Coke and whatnot, and many others. Toko gently held the girl's face in her hand.
マインスターには恩がある。それに、私の相手はあくまでもこの子一人だ。
So she chooses to not kill Alice. Wow. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Well. That happened. Interesting. I'm sure it's some kind of a magical ritual thing or whatever, and not because of that, but okay. Wow. Wow. Taking that CG for a second right there. Show this to someone with no context, that would be interesting. So she's like all bloody and dying, and then this happens. Wow. Alice's lungs pined for oxygen. Toko pressed her lips to hers.
The why?
Ooh. So she's literally giving her oxygen. But that's not how that works. You would give her like carbon dioxide, right? What? The young girl wriggled, trying to escape, but Toko held her firmly. Beneath the blue moon, the two remained frozen. Then the sound of swallowing. Shit, dude. Something solid slid down Alice's throat. With that, she went limp and her arm fell. She spatted something into her mouth and she swallowed it. Something solid? Holy. After setting Alice down on her side, Toko stood up.
今のは七かまどに手を加えた私の特製品だ。そう簡単に解毒はできない。魔力を流せば体の中で暴発する仕組みになっているから気をつけなさい。
Explodes when using magecraft? Well, that's a bit hazardous. How long does that last, though?
ああ、口移しは私の趣味だから。
Wow, so it totally didn't have to be done mouth by mouth. She just does it because she likes to do that. Okay, dude, okay. Like, it's totally unnecessary. But she's like, yeah, I like doing it like this, dude. Alright, okay. I mean, I think that's pretty nice, but okay. As she desperately clung to consciousness, Alice looked up at Toko from the ground. The disgrace from the kiss was greater than the pain she felt in her body. I wonder if this was her first kiss. Knowing Alice, I'm guessing this might have been. I mean, she could probably easily get boys, but she probably doesn't care about that stuff, from what I've gathered so far. Toko began walking away, her golden wolf in tow. Neither looked back to see Alice's hateful glare.
そうそう、一つ言い忘れていた。ベオが呼び寄せた野犬たちだけどね。公園の外にまだ山ほどいるんだが、困ったことに彼らは本来何を口にするべきかを思い出している。
Well, that's bad.
ベオの野生に刺激されたんだろう。獣はより強い獣に従うものだからな。
In a roundabout way, Toko had read Alice her last rites. In nature, it was common for the weak that could no longer move to offer their bodies up to feed the strong. So basically what happened here is that Toko did not want to kill Alice, so she gave her enough energy to hopefully now fend off the remaining assailants by herself while she leaves the place, the premise. I think that's what's happening here. But she could end up dying anyway, I guess. In which case I doubt Toko would care too much. But, you know, at least she's giving her a chance or something. I think that's what's happening.
じゃあ私は行くよ。
Well, if they're not Beowulf, she can probably fend them off. But she is in a bad shape.
無事に帰れるといいね。アリス。
With a twisted grin, the mage headed into the darkness. Yeah, true, she can't use magecraft, or the thing explodes. Well, that's kinda scary. She could still barely focus her eyes. The hounds looked like monsters out of a picture book. Alice took a deep breath, her consciousness slipping away. The sky was blue, the trees were tall, the park was a graveyard. In the corner of her eye, though, she could just about make out a solitary phone booth. Ah, this is how we got that phone call. It did sound like she was dying in that phone call, so makes sense. The phone rang. It was the second time Sojiro had heard its voice echo through the cold foyer. Only a few minutes had passed since Alice called. He wondered what she could want this time. The call persisted, determined not to leave him to his thoughts.
はい、クオンジですが。
あら、その声は宗十郎くん？
Wait, is this Toko now? A cheery voice? Sojiro had been expecting Alice. It was Toko. Somehow Sojiro was not surprised.
そうですけど、トウコさん、暇なんですか？
Dude, he doesn't even, imagine if he knew what just happened. Oh my god. He checked the time. He thought it was about midnight by now. No matter what the situation, he always kept his cool. He could hear Toko trying to suppress a laugh. After taking a while to compose herself, she started talking again.
ごめんなさい。ちょっとツボ入っちゃったみたい。で、質問の開始ね。これがあんまり暇じゃないな。私も今日で終わらせる予定だから忙しいんだ。
Wow.
偶然ですね。青崎もそんなことを言ってました。
やっぱり？そうね。こういう時は本当に姉妹だなって思うわ。昔からエンジンかけるタイミングだけは一緒だったから、あのことは。ところで、青崎はやめてって言ったでしょ。私も青崎だからくすぐったいのよね。そう言われるの。
He realized she was probably right. Aozaki's words made more sense now.
まあそんなわけだから長話をする気はないんだ。担当直入に聞くけど。
Damn, both of them are calling for Aoka specifically. It almost sounded like she was worried about her sister's whereabouts. But the cool-headed Sojiro had not forgotten Toko was their enemy. Keeping Aoka and Alice in mind, he decided to be evasive.
さあ、なんて答えてほしいんですか、トウコさんとしては。
Yeah, he's like, well, I can't really say that now, can I? The question shifted the tone of the conversation drastically. He could hear Toko muttering to herself in annoyance. He was proving more quick-witted than she had anticipated. A change of tack was required.
そうね。君には何も答えてほしくないっていうのが正解かな。第一印象で君を無視するのは良くない気がしてたけど、やっぱり私は宗十郎くんを手にかけたくはないみたい。君はこのまま無関係でいてちょうだいね。
How nice of her. Surely that will happen. Her warning came from the heart. He responded flatly, once again not giving any sign either way. It seems she wanted him to stay out of this too. Even he could tell the girls were being kind in their own way. But who asked for their kindness? Who asked?
じゃあ、さよならね。私は君が思ってるほど暇じゃないから。でも、最後に一つだけ。君を試すようで悪いんだけど、伝えておかないと
Oh, is she gonna talk about Alice? Uh-oh. I mean, it would make sense since she kind of wanted Alice to live. So he's like, hey, you can still make it. Go, go.
なんで、そうならないように、責任の半分を君に押し付けちゃおうかな。
She giggled, a laugh to show she had him in the palm of her hand from the beginning.
さっきクオンジさんに会ってきたの。彼女から電話があったでしょ。
Her tone had not changed. She sounded as cordial as before. Even so, as soon as he heard Alice's name, a chill ran up his spine.
彼女、今ひどい状態なんだ。
So it's exactly as I think this is going.
歩けないどころか、体中の刻印が活性化して破裂寸前。宗十郎くんが骨折の痛みを知ってるなら、うまい例えようがあるんだけどね。まあ、ともかくだ。いつ気を失ってもおかしくない状態なんだけど。
Yeah, it's always like, hey, go, go, go.
怖い野犬に囲まれてるみたいなの。個人的な意見だけど。
10 minutes? Doesn't he have to like rush down from the top of the hill and everything? That sounds tough. Isn't she in kind of a different town as well? Like what? How is that even possible? She spoke as if she was telling a joke. If it was a joke, it was in bad taste. However, he knew this was anything but. She was telling the truth. He had not heard of dogs attacking anyone in town, but the noise he heard while on the phone with Alice suddenly made sense. Dogs, a pack of them. No doubt about it, they were surrounding their prey. Why had he not cottoned on sooner? Squeezing the receiver in his hand, he cursed himself. Alice had been calling for help. Even when backed into a corner, she had not wanted to involve him. Still, she needed help. The way she said his name so lightly.
場所は
Oh, sounds serious. He spoke abruptly. Even though he knew Toko was the enemy, he was confident she would answer him. That was the reason she called.
教えてあげてもいいけど、そうした瞬間に、君は私の敵になるのよ。
Wow,
その覚
choices.
悟はある？
He realized what was happening. Like there, I would have, changed the translation to as an example. She says, the moment you do, you become my enemy. Do we have a deal? Like, in reality, she basically said, we become enemies. Are you prepared for that? That's what she basically actually said. Like, this sounds like, it's like, it's not, I don't think it's really the same, right? I think it would make more sense if they just used, like, the line, are you prepared for that? Like, you know what you're signing up to. You will know the consequences of if you choose to act like this, right? Whereas do we have a deal is like, it sounds like it could be like a benefit to him or something because he's making a deal. So again, it's these small like things sometimes in the translation that, I don't know, just some of the meaning is a bit lost there. But again, it's good enough. But I just wanted to give an example there, I suppose. He was being tested. By ignoring Alice, he would be confirming that he did not want to get involved. But if he decided to save her,
それで場所は
he ignored her question. Of course, he was not prepared to... Well, now they used the thing! He was not prepared to become her enemy. Like, why not involve that in the question if they're gonna use that in the, monologue for his thoughts as well? Come on, dude. It's like, maybe it's like multiple people translating it or something, and they couldn't coordinate it better or something. I don't know. But he was even less prepared to let Alice die. He had lost his ability to think sensibly. Not that he was particularly good about that to begin with. Still, he would not waste any time in deliberation. He would simply go with his instincts. It was one of the few times he had felt pride since coming down from the mountains.
そう。ちょっと残念だな。
Uh-oh.
私は本当に君が気に入ってたのに。まあ、こうなることは分かってたけどね。場所はヤシロギの森林公園。受話器の下に地図があるでしょ。この前帰りがけにしおりを挟んでおいたから、それを参考に。
Convenient.
繰り返すようだけど、10分持てば幸運。 その後は1分ごとに奇跡の価値が上がるような状況よ。今の彼女は。
As he listened, his expression turned to one of irritation. Misaki and Yashirogi were one station apart. How long would it take to get to the station from the mansion? Usually just under 12 minutes. By the time he got off the train at Yashirogi, nearly 30 minutes would have passed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, surely you would never be able to get to another town in 10 minutes. But let's see.
地図の上じゃ近いのに、区画整理された交通手段は不便よね。けど、急げば最終の電車には間に合うわ。ここで諦めた方が賢明だけど、君はもう私の敵だから。どっちにしたって、後悔のないようにね。
The line went dead. He, not Toko, had hung up the phone. He's gotta go, dude. He memorized the map and then made for the door. With no time to grab his coat, he ran out into the snowy winter night with the clothes he had on. All that remained in the hall was the discarded map. It showed Misaki City. It was about 10 miles from the mansion to the nature park. 5 if you went in a straight line, but the streets were not that forgiving. 4 inches on the map, but so much farther in reality. For the first time, he cursed the town. Yeah, it's just a long trip to run. So what is he gonna do? It's the dogs again. Uh-oh. Alice's injuries were not limited to her abdomen. The wolf had punched a hole straight through to her back, crushing her lower vertebrae and leaving both of her legs paralyzed. Holy, she got fucked, dude. And not in the happy fun times way. Though her magic crests were repairing the damage, it would likely take another hour before recovery. At the very least, her heart and slender arms still worked. Although after crawling along the ground to the phone booth, those too were failing her. As the crests healed her wounds, a searing heat ran through her body that threatened to overwhelm her. It was as if her body was no longer her own, like she was transforming into another creature. The poison throbbing through her open wounds hurt emotionally more than physically. She was used to pain, but she could not accept this disquieting feeling. Not that she had any intention to. The moment she did it would be her last. She wrestled with the discomfort from her abdomen and her magic crests. And with her consciousness holding on by a thread, she took the phone in her hand. Dude, it's so fucking bloody, oh my. It was unlikely she would be, or Aoko would be there to pick up. Even so, with the stray dogs gathering around the booth, she had to try. It was Sojiro who picked up. She knew she was better off just hanging up, but his name slipped out of her mouth. Dude, it's her theme again. This song is maybe the best of the whole thing so far. After pausing and fighting with herself for some time, an image of the innocent boy came to mind, and she hung up. Her instincts had won out. She could not let him get involved. And not just because he was an innocent bystander, he was more than that. To Alice, he appeared that day because he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only the lightest of breaths passed her lips. Above her, the moon began to blur. Snow was falling again, so close yet so far. The dogs began hurling themselves at the phone booth to the chorus of hungry snarls. She took one last deep breath and closed her eyes. Glass, an unusual material for a coffin, but the girl knew in some corner of her mind that she had made the right choice not to ask the boy for help. Some time passed. A peculiar sight came into view. A field of wild flowers. The clear sky was too blue. the flowers so numerous they made the field look barren. The sight was so dazzlingly beautiful she wished she could look away. This was probably all thanks to Father Winter. The cold wind carried a scent of a paradise far removed, untainted by man or beast. It was a glimpse of the fields beyond winter. One could be forgiven for thinking they were the afterlife. Come to think of it, she remembered how funerals were sad, yet always beautiful. She cried. She made an incongruous whine, a sound of life. Her breathing was strained and erratic. Hollow and useless was the heart that she once used to fend off pain. It was as though she was in the space between disconnected body and mind. A crying woman and a silent child. High was the sky, deep was the forest, unmoving were the people. No footsteps or voices of salvation came. Who was that looking innocently up at the sky in the stillness? A second. When she came to, Alice was going up a familiar hill. Ain't no way, dude. The cold night air had all but frozen her hands or feet. She shook as you would expect from someone whose abdomen had been torn apart. She could barely comprehend that she was being carried slowly up Shiro Inuzuka. Whoa. Sojiro had Alice on his back and was silently ascending the slope. Well, there's a CG for you. Wow. Wow. His calm eyes seemed to be suffering from the bitter cold. He did not seem to be dressed for the time of year. Not even a coat. His exposed neck and hands were ice cold. She asked, still slumped over his frame. She tried to move, but to no avail. The last thing she wanted was to rest her entire weight on someone else.
トウコさんから電話があった。アリスが危ないって。青崎はともかく、アリスは意地を張りすぎだ。あの状況で助けを呼ばないのはどうかしてる。そりゃ、自分が言っても何もできなかっただろうけど。
He spoke with a scolding tone, his eyes kept firmly ahead. His words were directed at himself rather than the girl on his back.
だろうね。けど、これで関係はできた。館に着いたら話してもらうぞ。
He focused on climbing the hill. The slope would get steeper from here to the mansion. The thought of him climbing this steep hill with her on his back surprised Alice.
降りるわ。もう大丈夫だから。
お腹をむき出しでかい。この方が少しは暖かいよ。それに、アリスは薪より軽い。山じゃこの程度は朝飯ない。
Damn, not even a normal trip to gather firewood to this guy.
公園まで急いだからだし。
It's easy.
まあ、その意味はなかったんだが。
なぜ？
俺が着いたら犬はさっさと散っていった。初めからトウコさんはそういうつもりだった。
Oh, were the dogs never gonna eat her anyway? Is that what he's saying? Was it just to scare her or something?
アリスをどうにかするつもりもなければ時間制限もなかった。喜ぶべきことなんだろうけど。
I guess it was to, you know, make Alice think that she was gonna die and then also be able to tell Sojiro that to see what he chooses, I guess? Maybe that's why? That's why, you know, she also called him? Okay. He said dejectedly, but he was wrong. While Toko did not want to kill Alice per se, she would not have cared if she had died. Yeah. At least that was the way Alice saw it. She did not know how long it took him to get to the park, but if he had not come, the phone booth would have collapsed and she would be dead. She did her best to suppress her thoughts and feelings. She felt silly at the thought of correcting him, and it would matter little anyway. The thought of her trying to thank him was more painful than her open wounds.
もしかして公園からずっと。
仕方ないだろう。電車終わってたんだから。タクシーを使えばよかったんだけど。
Damn. No money for a taxi. They probably would have suggested a hospital anyway.
今日ほどお金の不便さを思い知った日はない。
For the first time today, he let out a sigh. There was no point taking a break. We already traveled close to 6 miles like this. Although, now that I think about it, couldn't he have taken a taxi and say, hey, I left my wallet at home, but drive me to my home and I'll pay you there? That's normal, right? That you can do that, right? If you can drive to the place where your wallet is at. Like, you can totally do that, right? But I guess, yeah. Anyway, he maybe didn't think about that. Perhaps the fatigue was getting to him. He was more upset with his own weakness than the difficulty of the trek.
でもそれを言うならお金。
Well, to be honest, he was rushing so badly and, you know, trying to make clear the situation. He probably wasn't thinking too clearly anyway. Because, you know, time is definitely of the essence.
使えるものがあるのにお金がないだけで使えないんだから。それって不便って言わないか？
The innocence of his question made Alice briefly forget her pain. She too felt distant from the real world, but compared to the boy carrying her, she felt like a regular citizen.
何かあなたらしいわ。
She smiled to herself. As she rested her head, something soft touched her cheek. The collar Aoko had given him. Wow.
館に着いたら着替えるんだ。お腹の血も拭って。落ち着いたら今で話そう。瞳子さんに言わせれば、俺もこれで敵らしいから。
With those words hanging in the air, they reached the top of the hill. The gate in the woods stood before them. Beyond it, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood the mansion. Looking up at it, the girl felt a little disappointed. A natural reaction, yet she could not place where her sadness was coming from. Damn, they made it back. Once they entered the mansion, Alice slid off from his back and walked toward the west wing. The west wing was her domain. However, after only a few steps, she collapsed to the floor. Yeah. Surprised she even made it a few steps, honestly, in her condition.
Alice!
He rushed over to her, but she raised her hand. Her gesture told him he was not to come closer. He stopped in his tracks, a concerned look on his face. Her pale skin gleamed with sweat, her expression uncharacteristically strained.
平気。部屋に戻るぐらいの力は戻ったわ。服を繕ってくるから、あなたはここにいて。すぐに戻ってくるから。そうしたら。
The pained look in her eyes told him they would talk later. He knew he could not stop her. He reminded himself that she was the one in pain, not him.
それじゃあ、戻ってきたら話を聞かせてくれ。
Alice took a deep breath before slowly disappearing down the corridor. An uneventful 5 minutes passed. Alice returned wearing a fresh set of black clothes, but her complexion remained pallid. With a small sigh, she carefully leaned against a pillar in the foyer and slid down it until she was sitting.
アリス、傷が痛むなら無理せず横になった方がいい。
He sat across from her on the cold floor.
傷はもう痛まないわ。横になる必要もない。 この体の異常は七かまどを飲まされたせいだから、どうあっても治らないもの。
Damn.
じゃあせめて毛布とか。
いいから気遣いはしないで。ここなら寒さも関係ないから。
So what is a Rowan anyway? I'm not exactly sure. She seemed to be telling the truth. He remembered Alko telling him that as long as Alice is inside the mansion, she would be comfortable.
あったかいのならいい。それで七かまどっていうのは。
Oh, he's clueless too. He's just like me, for real.
薬草の一種よ。7回かまどで焼いても燃え残
I
る
got my
こと
answer
が
fast.
付けられた名前で、紅葉は魔除け。
Interesting.
普通の人には良くない程度だけど、私や青子には少し厄介ね。体内での魔力性
Oh, so it's really bad for mages in particular?
手の打ちようがない。
Well, that is unfortunate.
毒と思っていいのか。
So if Shiro swallowed one of these two, would Avalon's healing be like almost nullified? Or at least very much like reduced? Would that happen there too?
いえ、本来は薬草よ。今は傷を治すために魔力を使っているから苦しいけど、傷が完治すればおとなしくなるわ。
Probably
魔
reduced.
術さえ使わなければ、7か
Doesn't need magic to work. Yeah, but I assume Alice's healing comes because of her magic circuits too, right? And isn't Avalon imbued into Shiro's body as well? So it's like basically the same thing, right? Well, who knows?
単純な話、7かまどを消化するまで私は役には立たないだけ。
So it's not a permanent thing, huh? It's like this is basically a seal. This is like a minus 90% healing and skill and MP seal. That's basically what it is for an X amount of turns on FGO terms, right? And then once it is over, she can continue, like resume like normal, right? After she digests it. After it's, removed from her body, to put it beautifully, I guess. Yeah, Avalon could be a bit more powerful anyway, because it's not like, it's probably more powerful than what Alice's healing is anyway. She paused. She decided not to say how many days that would take.
別にしずきくんが心配することじゃないわ。
So she's basically just a bystander now? Until that's resolved?
こんなの血が流れる程度の痛みだから。
She worked hard to keep her tone calm. Alko had barely blinked when she was struck in the back, so mages must have an unusually high pain threshold. He was surprised and bewildered by what she said. If wounds didn't count as long as the pain wasn't too bad, then nothing would hurt except an injury that killed you.
わかった。話をするのは明日にしよう。今日はとにかく体を休めてほしい。
明日になっても私の容体は変わらないけど。
いいんだ、それでも。アリスはもっと体を大事にしてくれ。
He stood up.
部屋まで送るよ。それとも今で休むか？西館には入ったことはないから、アリスの部屋もわからないし。
ここでいいわ。青子を待たなくちゃいけないから。
Alice looked up at the skylight. The moonlight illuminated her pained face. The foyer looked like it belonged to a rundown castle. Only the moon and she seemed more vivid than reality. Where did her strength come from? He stared at her. Without understanding the significance of Alice's gaze, he turned his gaze to the night sky, powerless as it was. For the third time that night, the silence was broken by the sound of the phone ringing. Before he could move, a thin shadow bolted across the foyer. She can't really thank him, right? Because again, she didn't want him to come there in the first place because she didn't want to involve him, right? So now she's probably thinking that, yeah, obviously it's great of him that he saved her, but now he's basically in danger too, because he's now an enemy of Toko because of her, right? So she probably can't thank him because of that, because she put him in a bad position now, in her eyes. So it's a weird situation that they have going on. By the time he realized it was the weakened Alice, she had already taken the receiver in her hand. It was the first time Sojiro had heard Alice sound concerned. Her tone was infinitely graver than when she was enduring her own pain. Her question received only a short response from the voice on the other end. It was a voice more frail than Alice's, like a flickering flame about to turn to smoke. Wow, even she? What? Bro, this day sucks for all of them. Holy. The phone was far from his ears, but the words he picked up were very unlike her. Despite saying so little, no, because she had said so little, the weight of Aoko's defeat struck him hard. Alice suddenly set the receiver down. Only moments before her body had been fighting the pain. Now it felt stronger than ever. It was like a scarecrow transforming into a beautiful stone statue. Seeing this, he finally understood. Alice's expression when she looked at the moon had come from her trying to accept an immutable reality. Oh wow. That's chapter 10 done. Wow, what a cliffhanger. So apparently Aoko's in a big pinch too, and that's the end of the chapter. And the next up is Witch on the Holy Night Part 1, the title drop episode. Wow. Wow, dude. Okay, let's do a save right now. Holy. Actually, I should save it right here, because that was during a chapter. There we go. Holy, dude. Ooh. Okay, okay. Let's see. Again, there's probably nothing new on the archive, is there? Yeah. Someone said there might not be anything more new, like interlude stuff until the end or something, maybe? So yeah, I don't see anything marked new. Damn, so much progress, though. Holy. Oh yeah, we're still going for sure. We're not even like halfway done with this stream yet. I'm just gonna finish my drink and grab a new one. Okay, let's see. Time for the daily dunk. Let's see, can I throw it backwards this time? Probably not. I have no idea how to aim if I do it like this. Oh man. It didn't reach far enough, I think. I think my aim at least was pretty good. It was definitely headed towards the bag, but it wasn't like hard enough. Anyway, new Beppis. Wow. People immediately fucking redeeming push-ups now? Okay. Yeah, it wasn't high enough, maybe. Unfortunate. I should push up every time I base, though. Because I already don't do enough of them, apparently. Oh, I got my achievement. Chapter 10, all scenarios read. Very nice. Ooh, so yeah, I mean, this has to be a big thing. I mean, obviously that the previous chapter was a big thing too, but man, when you get the title drop, episode name, part 1, it's a 2-parter at least. Like, come on, bro. Wow. And we got 10 push-ups every day till now. I don't think every day. There have been push-ups every day, but I don't think on every day was 10. I think one time it was like 7. But I think every other day may have been 10, besides that one day. So it has been used quite a bit, I suppose. I think those were the first ones for today, though. Not sure why I'm mentioning that, but there you go, I guess. Anyway, let's just jump right into episode 11. That ominous darkness with the moonlight. Episode 11, Witch on the Holy Night, Part 1. Serious business continues. Aoko had not hung up, but the line remained silent. Alice set down the receiver, quickly put on her mantle, and made for the entrance, moving her injured body by sheer willpower alone. Along the way, she paused, turned to him, and looked directly at him.
青子に何かあったんだな。
Why is my chair creaking? It's not my chair, it's my mic stand. Listen. I don't know, I need to oil it somehow, but I don't know how to do that shit, so it really annoys me, trust me. It fucking annoys me. Because I constantly move my mic stand, because I'm obsessed by it. But yeah, if I like... Yeah, I don't know. Oil the joints, yeah, easier said than done. I don't know what oil to get, where to apply it. I would probably, paint my floor instead and whatnot. I need to figure it out though, but yeah, because it really annoys me that this creaks so much now. Okay. You rewatch free to play for the 11th time? Jesus. You really like it, huh? Maybe next week we can do more. Not sure yet. Could be a thing. Can always make your own. Nah, dude. I'd rather buy a new one, honestly. Hey, Dapper. How you doing? Alice hesitated for a moment before pushing aside her anxiety and grabbing his hand.
しずきくん、一緒に来て。
待ってくれ。一緒にってどこに？
You swear you saw that W as a B on the title? Oh, did you read it as... Wait, what did you read? Wait, what? What is my title even? I'm confused. You read the W as a B on the title? There's no W on the title. Unless you mean the game category, which is Witch on the Holy Night. So did you read it as Bitch on the Holy Night? Is that what you're saying? Okay, because my stream title actually doesn't have that. I wrote Maho Yoru on the title, so you meant the game category? Okay. I see. Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay. Wow. Okay.
間教会まで。青子の方は。
Oh, we get to see the church again. It wasn't just a Chekhov's church. Or actually, it is a Chekhov's church. That's exactly what it is. It wasn't just a one-time thing.
間教会って病院の横にある。
そう。知っているのなら問題ないわね。説明
I
す
mean,
る
he's
手間
been
がある
there, so yeah, he knows. Of the art style to be in. Yeah, it's aesthetically very well made. Alice left the badge and made her way down the tree-lined path. She was clearly determined, but the look in her eyes betrayed her pain.
アリス、連絡をするなら電話は？
He asked Alice, whose grip on his hand was light but unyielding.
教会の人にならもう知らせた。
Wow.
もしかして病院のことを言っているなら、それこそ無駄よ。ハイヤーなんて言うけど、空を飛ぶわけでもないし。今は助けを呼ぶより、助けに行かないと間に合わない。
She had thought of everything. She turned to the mansion and slightly snapped her fingers. Whoa, the robins. In response, a window opened and countless starlings took flight.
1番隊は索敵。2番隊と3番隊は現場に向かって応急処置を。在庫
Damn, she can do some first aid with the burbs. That's crazy. So useful and, reliable, huh?
まだ生きているなら、青子の心臓を止めないで。
Don't let the heart stop. Sounds pretty good. She commanded the burbs firmly.
しずきくんは裏庭から青子の自転車を持ってきて。
You like how descriptive VNs are? Yeah, the good ones definitely are. That's why a lot of people are usually not happy. I think that is maybe the most common criticism for VN adaptations, even among the better VN adaptations, is obviously, monologue tends to be almost fully cut. Sometimes it's like transformed into dialogue as well in the adaptations, but I would say at least 98% of monologue is completely cut. Which obviously, if the VN is well written, it's kind of a shame, because, then you don't exactly know 100% what the characters seem to be going through with their minds and whatnot. But, I for one still, think there are many good VN adaptations though, including a lot of the Fate ones. So it's not all that bad, because, it's a hard thing to do, because otherwise it wouldn't work with the pacing of a anime, right? So it's not easy to do. He let slip his discomfort at the thought of that thing. The custom-made red bicycle. When he was cleaning the incinerator, Alko had verbally assaulted him for nearly scratching it.
いいけど、どうするつもりなんだ、アリスは。
ここにいるより教会にいた方がしずきくんは安全よ。それに、私も急がないといけない。しずきくん、二人乗りできる？
Well, I guess the familiars were probably created by magic, right? But after that, they just exist, right? So she can probably command them without using more magical energy, right? I'm guessing that's how it works. While he had seen people riding tandem and he was confident he could imitate them, he still wasn't quite certain he could trust a bicycle with his life. Moreover, its frame was so light he was unsure it could support both their weights.
二人乗りってことは、アリスが後ろに乗るのか？
There you go. Yo, Salamander, how you doing, man?
できないならいいわ。
Oh, dude, it's the best face. We still get to see it. Look at that. The best Alice face of them all. Not even close, dude. It's the best one. Even during dire times, she can still do the face. She turned away as if to snub him, then began walking. Unfortunately for him, he was now on her bad side.
いや、そういう意味じゃないんだ。アリスとはイメージが合わなかったから。
Ignoring his pleas, she continued briskly towards the woods. There was no way she was going to ride the bike now. Sensing her stubborn streak, he desperately called out to her.
待った、今のはこっちが悪かった。すぐに持ってくるから、怒るのはつけにしておいてくれ。
Yeah, that's fair, Albert, yeah. Alice stopped. As soon as he saw her stop, he hurried to the rear courtyard, grabbed the key from where it was hanging, and then used it to unlock Alko's bicycle. By the time he brought it back to the front of the mansion, Alice was continuing toward the forest.
アリスの性格、なんとなくつかめてきたな。
Muttering to himself, he straddled the bike. He rested his foot on a pedal. It felt light but sturdy. Confident the bike could support his weight at Alice's, he began pedaling.
アリス！
She turned as he called out to her, before shooting him a piercing glare.
行こう。後ろの荷台に乗ってくれ。でもクッションがないから痛いと思う。辛かったら言ってくれ。止めるから。
Oh, you never finished the event on JP? Well, it is what it is. I mean, he might come. But do they have any collab welfares on the evocation shop yet? I forgot. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe not.
私は大丈夫よ。しずきくんが嫌じゃなければ。
Oh yeah, there's Kuro as well, isn't there? Shiki, Kuro, maybe someone else. So yeah, honestly, he's probably gonna be there eventually, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sure, Daryl. Sounds good. Yet hit the nail on the head. Alice definitely held a grudge over the smallest things.
そういうことなら問題ないよ。アリスが後ろにいてくれるのは。
Pretty human thing to do.
それで、行き先は間境界でいいんだな。
Unabashed and undaunted, he plowed on. Well, there's an out-of-context line. His tone seemed to ease Alice's mood. She nodded calmly and took a seat on the luggage rack above the rear tire.
手を回すけど、私が触れても平気。
Wow, so polite.
大丈夫だよ。体力があるのはさっき証明しただろ。
3 different collab servants this year for Weekend the Arcade rerun. Yeah, it's been a year, alright. Alice silently wrapped her arms around him. Once she held on tightly enough, he gripped the handlebars.
よかった。
He said quietly.
何が良かったの？
He turned to her, an ambiguous expression on his face, and then began pedaling vigorously. He let go of the brakes and the bicycle hurtled down Shiro Inuzuka's steep incline. Surprised by the sudden speed, Alice gasped and clutched him tighter. She almost protested but stopped when she saw the serious expression on his face. Instead, she decided to tighten her grip. Oh wow. Under the night sky, a young girl had put her faith in a young boy. Dude, it's Crane's Nasu cameo. Faster than a roller coaster, the bicycle hurtled toward Bisaki Station. Around the station, there was no sight of cars or people. While the town slept under its snowy blanket, 2 people were racing like the wind. While he pedaled, the boy said,
本当によかった。2人乗りが思ったより簡単で。
Well. But he was alone in his relief. It was their first bicycle ride together, and they spent it speeding down an empty highway. The boy's words were lost to the howling wind, fortunately. Nice brakes. In spite of the late hour, there were still lights on in the church. Originally, the only light at this time of night came from the entrance to the sleepless hospital, ever vigilant and ready to receive patients. However, this was a quiet town with little nightlife. The hospital saw perhaps 1 emergency patient per night, however, and it was not equipped to handle tonight's sole patient. It was a little before 1 o'clock in the morning. Leaving the bicycle outside, the 2 headed into the church. With its snow-covered roof, the church looked like it was wearing a white hat that lit up the darkness. In the entrance stood a tall shadow.
クオンジさん。
Whoa, that's a new sprite, I think. Yeah. The man's voice was placid. Dressed in a long coat, he had been waiting for Alice.
エイリ神父。青子は？
Ah, it's him. Father Eri?
ユイカが見ています。私が駆けつけた時には手遅れでした。
Wow. Seems like an interesting design. Definitely not similar to another priest title. Not sarcasm, by the way. Interesting looking fella. His haircut is like Regan's, basically. It's like Regan and Soichiro fused together from Stay Night. Interesting.
青崎の家に伝令を願いたいのですが。
青子はそれを望まないわ。それに、あちらも今は城に囚われているそうです。
Damn, they know about all the affairs to
今夜
make
の相
sense.
手は真っ先に青子の祖父の動きを封じたようですから。
It is a thing in the Nasuverse, after all, that the church obviously is very aware of, magic and happenings in the mage world. 2 factions and all that. The 2 exchanged pleasantries. Sojiro did not move from the foot of the stairs.
おや、そちらは。
Though the father seemed calm, his words had an edge to them. As if to protect Sojiro from his gaze, Alice stepped between them.
彼は青子の使い魔。契約はまだなされていない。
Familiar? That I don't think that's gonna fly.
使い魔ってアリス。
He was about to complain, but Alice shot him a fiery glare. That all but said, just shut up and play along.
そうですか。そのような申告はありませんでしたが、届けが遅れたのは不問としましょう。
Okay. It
外
worked.
部の魔術師と交戦中でしたからね。 あなたたちはその撃退を最優先にして。
Dude, he has this bright when where the glasses are fully like glossy white. It's always such a sus sprite. Okay, dude. Feel like VNs can help grow your vocab. Then again, maybe it's because English. I mean, I feel like my English is very solid as someone who also does not have his first language as English, but I still have seen many words in this VN alone that I've never seen before or don't know the meaning to. There's been like at least a couple of dozen of them already in this one playthrough, so I would definitely agree. Yeah. Alice nodded in thanks.
では通ります。彼の同行を許可しなさい。
ご自由に。私はこれより朝廷に向かいます。管理者が変わるのなら、両教会への資料を用意しなければいけません。
Damn, the business talk is real.
ああ、留守中は律香に任せてありますから、必要なものがあれば。
Yo, Gudako is back. I remember them mentioning the name many times. Obviously, it's not Gudako, but that's kind of funny. As if passing the baton, Father Eri exited the church. Soljiro took 2 full steps back to give him a wide berth. Oh, the eyes and the glasses. Oh, he was sussing him out. The priest had a dignified air about him. To put it bluntly, he was strikingly beautiful. Straight nose, glistening lips. Not a single imperfection on his mildly effeminate face. But that only went as far as his appearance. His manner lacked any hint of softness or grace. Just by looking at him, you could tell he was dependable, like tempered steel, despite being somewhat unapproachable. The priest disappeared silently into the night, the darkness of his coat overpowering the moonlight. In awe, Soljiro watched him leave.
なんか仙人みたいな人だな。
Wow. You're not American? No. I'm European, bro. I'm Finnish. I'll take that as a compliment, though, I guess. I mean, I've tried to eliminate my accent fully, and I think I've reached that point already since a few years ago. And I have tried to start talking like, you know, quote-unquote American English, if that accent... I speak like generic English, accent-wise, right? I don't really have any particular accent anymore. I that's the way I kind of chose to go about it, I suppose. So, yeah, I don't think I have any hints of a Finnish accent anymore. So, maybe not the most obvious thing because of that. Really hasn't changed much before we were blonde. I think even at that point it was already very similar, if not the same. I'm not sure. It's been a while. Is the neutral YouTuber English? Yeah, honestly, you could be right. You're saying that as a joke, but honestly, me doing this as a job has definitely affected it. Because, you know, not only do I now speak more English, like, through my mouth than I do Finnish on the daily. Like, it's not even close because of my job being this. Also, making content has, like, I guess, shifted my tone a little bit when talking English. Because obviously, you know, when I know I'm about to, like, record something that's going to be in a video, it definitely affects my mind. And, you know, I might choose, like, different words or enunciate stuff differently and whatnot. Like, even right now on this stream, which I'm pretty sure this won't really make it into any videos. This will definitely be uploaded on the VOD channel later on. But obviously, that's, like, a given. But even then, it's, like, subconsciously, I don't know, adjusting the way I speak, if that makes sense. It sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? But I hope it means... Or I hope you know what I mean here. Did any apps or vids help? No, I never used anything. I've always been good at English ever since I was a kid, and I always excelled at English. Like, I was always the top of my class in English stuffs, even though my grades otherwise were not great, because I've always liked languages. But only when I started doing this for a job, I really started improving my actual speech. Like, I could type completely fine in perfect English, right? Fully fluent and whatnot. Way before. Like, when I was still a minor, I was very fluent in, like, just talking, typing in English, you know? But only after I started doing this job is when my, my speech, my talking actually improved vastly. Because that was never developed that much. Anyway, I don't want to stay on this for too long, but there you go. Something like that. In his own way, Soldier was expressing affection. For some reason, Father Eri's distant tone made him feel nostalgic. Alice gave him a deathly stare.
気を許さないで。彼は教会の人間よ。
Your speech kind of sucks because you don't use it that much. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't have English as the first language, even if you're good at English, like I was saying, your speech might still have an accent to it or whatever, depending on, how much you use it. Because, the best way to get better at speaking is to just speak it a lot, That's that work with me.
私たちを監視する側だけど、今回は彼の手を借りるしかなかっただけ。
So I guess this guy really he is the Kirei of this region, right? Because he just overseers all this, this kind of stuff that happens. Even though there's no Holy Grail war, it's still his job to be the overseer of the land, right? So, yeah, he's basically the Kirei of Misaki City then. Eri, that is.
許されるなら。
And if there was a Holy Grail war, he would probably be, the overseer of that too. Chosen by, the association. More of a precaution side, yeah. Probably both, honestly. Her curse ringing in the air, Alice placed her hand on the doors to the chapel. They were twice her height, and who knows how heavy. It did not look like she could open them anytime soon. Sojiro climbed the stairs 3 at a time and helped Alice push the towering doors inward. 3 steps at a time, unless they're tiny, that's kind of crazy. Did you guys ever do that or still do that, where, you might walk more than 1 step at a time in stairs or whatever, be it up or down? I don't think I've really ever had that phase. I always walk every step. I know a lot of people still do that though. Like they walk multiple steps at a time. It does also depend a lot on how big the steps are, of course. So it's not always going to be like, on every stair I take 2 steps at a time, because it might be like huge stairs in some case, right? But I feel like even in small stairs, unless they're absolutely tiny, I tend to always walk every step. My best friend in university, actually, he always walked at least 2 steps at a time. He was like, this is how he was going up the stairs. It always was funny to me. I never commented on it, because I thought it was amusing. And not like it matters how people walk stairs, but I always thought it was really funny looking. Like he always took big steps and just rocked back and forth because of it. Is it worth using Remembering the Kanji for Japanese? A lot of people swear by that book when learning Japanese, and it obviously has been a great success for a lot of people, but I don't know. I never used it myself. It can be a good base though, but it's a lot of extra work you have to go through. So if you want to, be proficient faster, you could skip it. Although, again, it could help you. So it might be worth the extra step. Because obviously, remembering the kanji does not teach you any kind of vocabulary. No readings, none of that, There's none of that. It only teaches you meanings and ways to remember the characters. That's it. It's an extra step that can be very helpful when, to get in your base when you're learning Japanese. But again, I never used it, so I can't comment on how effective it is. But I have heard that a lot of people really swear by that book and say it's like a must-need step when you're learning Japanese as an English speaker or something. So up to you. You can look into it if you want to. It could be good. It's a lot of hours, though, added to your learning, but hey, why not? Which one? It's an infamous book called Remembering the Kanji. It's been in, I think it's had multiple editions by now. It's just a extra step in your Japanese learning if you wanna, get more ways of memorizing kanji, I suppose. Also new music. Well, not new, but, you know, new to this scene. The dim light of the chapel brought with it the familiar scent of burning oil. The... what the fuck? The ecclesiastical... What is that? Okay, we were just talking about this. Excuse me? What the fuck is that word? Ecclesiastical? I have no idea where the accent is even supposed to be. Like, what part is like what? That looks like a mess. Does anyone know what that word even means? I have no idea what that word means. It's probably some kind of a positive thing. Because apparently the interior is breathtaking. So yeah. Ecclesiastical? 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 Maybe that's how you pronounce it? I don't know. I give up. It's too a big brain for me. It's a way to describe like a church or whatever. So it's ecclesiastical? Something like that? Yeah, fuck dude. Oh, is it E? Ecclesiastical? Ecclesiastical? Holy, that's crazy, dude. Someone's saying it's eh. Okay, well, you wrote double E, so that was confused. Yeah, you should write EH if it's like a short one. So, ecclesiastical. 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 I think that's how it's supposed to go. Okay. Probably will not remember that. And I'm not even sure if I'll ever see this word again in anywhere. Actually, I probably will, since I'm planning on reading more Nasu stuff. But, yeah. We'll see if I remember that, though. It's a tricky word, apparently. The tall ceiling, the stained glass windows on every wall. It all felt intended to illustrate the presence of the Holy Spirit within those chambers. Like the foyer in the Kuonji estate, there was not a single heater. The bitter cold made the chapel feel even more severe. Interesting, Daryl. You grew up Catholic, so it's common for me. Well, even if, I mean, the Catholicism isn't the major religion in Finland, but even if it was, there's no way I would know this word because, again, it's an English word. So whatever the Finnish equivalent is probably nothing alike. So it wouldn't help anyway. But yeah, I think the major religion in Finland is Evangelic Lutheran branch of Christianity. It's not definitely not a big branch, but it is a branch of Christianity. So yeah, it's the major religion here.
Ah-chan, こっちよ.
Whoa, I think it's her! Wait, was she voiced by Shizuka Ito? I remember that. It's been so long. It was the nice lady that helped Sojiro with the window cleaning and whatnot, I think. The other scene we saw here. Oh, and she's Ritsuka, right? Right, I guess she's that. She's her, yeah. The gentle voice echoed through the chapel, incongruous to its surroundings. It was the voice of a woman.
Ritsuka-san, oku.
Alice made her way past the rows of pews toward the front altar. Sojiro closed the large doors and hurried after her. Yeah, she's nice. Dude, it's so funny. Because, dude,
What's going on, Myst?
she kind of looks a little bit like Kafka. Because, you know, similar hairstyle, similar colors. And then she is also voiced by Ito Shizuka. Who, I mean, my favorite role from her, obviously, is Luvia. Also from Nasu stuffs. But yeah, she does Kafka as well in Star Rail. And there are many, like, again, the visual similarity too, right? Surely someone else can see it too. Like, just attach like round sunglasses there. You can totally see it, right? Anyway, Alpha, thank you for the 30 months. And a big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Hey, enjoy your new badge, my dude.
使える足があったから、後ろの彼。足って、あれ？あなた。
Oh, you're also a Shizuka Ito enjoyer? Yeah, she's top 3 female VAs in Japanese stuff for me. No bias, of course. But yeah, she's very nice.
Oh.
Sojiro showed himself surprising the woman. They stared intently at each other, wondering what the other was doing here.
知り合い？
Oh, dude, the best face is back. But yeah, he does know her and she knows him. This face will always be amazing. I don't know, something about it. It's just, I'll never get tired of this face. Well, you'd love to get a summer Luvia? Oh, yes, please.
ああ、うん。まずいことに知り合い。宗十郎さん、引っ越したって話だけど、もしかしてあっちゃんのところに下宿してるの？
Wow. Cute nickname for Alice, huh? Achan? It's the lack of the nose. Yeah, I don't know. Something about it's like maybe I think it's a combination of many things that make it amazing, but yeah. That's one too for sure. Sojiro nodded. Alice turned visibly sour at this unexpected development.
どういうこと？しずきくん。
Dude, she's looking at him. Why is she so annoyed by it? What does that mean? Okay.
関係って、お魚屋さんでしょっちゅう割引してもらったり、荷物持ちを頼んでみたり。
Wow, very acquainted, huh?
たまにお茶飲んだりする主婦の友みたいな。
Wow.
意味がわかりません。律香さん結婚していないでしょ。
Wow, called out. Yeah, I see that though. I mean, I commented that earlier too. Needless to say, Sojiro was also not a housewife's best friend, and all that suggested. But there were more urgent matters at hand.
うわ、そこを突っ込むのか。あっちゃん、私にだけは一切妥協がないのはどうかと思うの。律香さんの場合、どこまで本気かわからないから。おかしなところは全部追求しておかないといけないだけよ。あら素敵。仲のいい姉妹みたいね、私たち。じゃあ、その信頼に応えて本当のこと言うと、彼とは町内会の顔見知りよ。スパイ行為とかそういうんじゃないし、そもそもそんな器用な人じゃないでしょ、宗十郎さんは。
What books did I use for Japanese? I used 2 Finnish ones. They were part of the same series. It was Finnish to Japanese, so those won't help you too much. And then I used... fuck, I forgot what it's called. It's an English to Japanese one for kanji. It was just a kanji book. It's what's called like... the Kanji Learner's Course? May have been what it's titled. It has like the entire JoJo list of over 2100 characters. And then usually a few words of vocab that use the characters as well. Usually the most common words at least, so it's pretty practical too. So I used those. I had another intermediate book as well from English to Japanese, but I never completed that one. Dude. It's not as good as the other face, but it's still pretty good. Is there a hint of blush in there as well? Oh my god. Is that like jealous, annoyed? Oh no. Alice stared straight at Sojiro to let him know she was mad at him for hiding this from her. Wow.
本当だ。
Yeah, maybe it's just shadow stuff, I don't know.
前に親切にしてもらったんで、お礼にイワシを1匹サービスしたら、それ以来ごひいきに。
Damn, he knows the tricks of the trade. Retaining customers and all that.
そうそう。商店街で買い物してれば、嫌でも宗十郎さんとは顔見知り。
Damn, he's a downtown legend. Look at my boy. Everyone knows him.
あっちゃんも怒るぐらいなら買い物に来ればいいのに。
Yeah, true. It's kind of her fault for being a shut-in. If she went downtown ever, she would know about this.
アイドルとは人気者という意味で、値切りやすいかもって意味じゃないような。
His apparent popularity would have to be questioned another time. Collecting herself, Alice focused on the door in the recesses of the church.
律香さんの事情は知りませんが、彼は青子の連れです。その他に説明はいりますか？ああ、やっぱりそういうことなのね。ま、言いたいことはいろいろあるけど、今はそれどころじゃないし。了解したわ。 他ならぬあっちゃんの頼みだし、特殊な例だけど、彼はこちらで保護しましょう。
Damn, that's a great face too. It's like, oh, very good. Where you're from downtown was the name of a nightclub? That can be a bit confusing though, I feel like, but fair enough. Alice nodded and began walking to the door.
アリス、
ダメよ、宗十郎さん。
As he was about to follow Alice, Ritsuka stepped in his way.
あなたは行ってはいけません。彼女たちに任せなさい。
Damn, ouch. She asserted bluntly. Meanwhile, Alice had reached the door and entered further into the chapel.
行ってはいけないって。
あなたのためよ。青子の容体は普通の人が見ていいものじゃない。
Damn, how bad did she get wrecked? Oh my god, this sounds scary.
それとも嫌な思いをしてもいいくらい青子が心配なのかしら。
Is she naked? Oh, I mean Aoko? Yeah, who knows? He was not able to give an immediate answer. It had finally hit him just how bad a state Aoko must be in. Based on Alice's condition when he found her, he intuited that Aoko's injuries might be even worse. Did she get like Beowulfed as well or something? Hopefully not. He tried to imagine her expression in that state but could not.
青崎相手に心配なんかしません。
Literally, he had never been worried about her before. Not truly.
でも会いに行くのね。
はい。
He answered her reflexively. Ritsuka sighed at the boy's naivete, but nonetheless stepped aside.
どうぞ行ってらっしゃい。
Oh, he's about to go in.
アリスさんが使ったドアから入って4番目の部屋よ。今一番取り込んでる頃だからゆいちゃんの邪魔だけはしないように。
He thanked her and went after Alice, leaving Ritsuka Suse, the self-proclaimed everybody's friendly neighbor, alone.
さて、ゆいかあたりなら止めるんでしょうけど、ま、私は宗十郎さんの味方だし、
How
傷
nice
つく
of her.
男のことが大好物だし。
Oh, there's another push-up. Fair enough.
少々スパルタと自覚しておりますが、これも親切な姉心と思って、宗十郎さんには後悔していただきましょう。
Wow. She spoke with force, but her words echoed aimlessly around the chapel. With a sigh, she shrugged her shoulders and made the sign of the cross in a rather unpious manner. The sound of Sojiro's footsteps grew fainter. His lack of hesitation had left a pain in her heart. And not because he did not look back at her, but because he was choosing to ignore the primal fear inside him. Okay. Now outdoors. An elderly man once said, "An animal's death and a human's are two different things. You may think they are the same, but they differ to their core. Our heads have known the difference since the dawn of man. An animal's corpse be it a pig's or a deer's, is different. If the swing of an axe or a machete is violent, then so must a human corpse be. Therefore, before you see one with your own eyes, you should at least understand it with your ears." Nasu versus complex as fuck. Yeah, it does have a lot of depth to it for sure. Yeah, it's not the worst though. I feel like it's more intimidating than what it actually it sounds or looks more intimidating, right, than what it is. But yeah, it's definitely, I guess, complex. Listen closely, Sojuro. When a person dies, blood flows like a crimson river. It's too much to bear. Oh, this must be a flashback from someone talking to him when he was at the mountain still. I get it. Perhaps because he was not used to the stone path beneath his feet. His mind wandered back to the words he'd heard as a child. So is this like he's not ready to maybe see what he's about to see? I mean, he handled Alice pretty fine though. And she was kind of, you know, bleeding pretty bad. Oh wow, red. The instant he opened the door, there was a palpable change in the air. The room was small, with only a simple bed and a small wooden dresser. And there on the bed, Blank was lying on her side. Totally not Alko. Tending to her was the woman he'd just seen in the chapel, Ritsuka. No, she only looked a lot like her. And this is Yurika, right? Her eyes were closed and her garments covered in blood. He had met her maybe once before. Yurika Suse, a nun at the church. Wait, are they sisters or something? They have the same family name. Was this known beforehand? I'm guessing no, because I don't remember knowing this. Oh wow, so they're related. They're twins. Well, I guess that explains why they look alike. Oh wow. Wow, I never realized. She was doing something to Blank. Yurika held a pair of scissors and some thread. Her hands moved delicately yet quickly, as though playing an organ. Her movements were precise, as if flawlessly reading sheet music. One by one, the supply of bandages diminished. Bandages recently applied to the wounds were quickly replaced with fresh ones. Gauze was placed everywhere to try and cope with the amount of blood. Once white cloth was now dyed red and discarded. The dressing scattered around the floor resembled roses. In a wilted rose garden, the nun played her organ. The scene looked unlike any reality Sojiro knew. It was clear why the air had changed. There was a savage odor in the room. Even though he was experiencing it for the first time, he knew what it was. The smell burned his lungs. Oh, dude. He could not bring himself to look at the bed. Fighting his feelings, his eyes refused to move there. He noticed Alice next to the bed. Even expressionless, she looked like a statue next to a grave, except she was trembling ever so slightly. It could have been from fear, anxiety, rage, or a combination of the three. Before her lay a life on the verge of death. But whose life? It was difficult to tell with only a glance. Some sort of puppet covered in bandages, perhaps. Her hair should be beautiful, but it fell flat, disheveled. Despite her short breaths, her chest convulsed. Up, down, up, down. Facetious though the thought was, Sojiro recalled the rodeo machine on the roof of the department store. Ah, the painkillers and anesthesia could not have been working. New bandages were soaked crimson in seconds. Her fingernails bit into the sheets. Her face twisted in agony. This is pretty graphic, actually. Anesthesia would not be enough, so if she was still alive, she must be conscious too. It worried him that no one seemed concerned about this. In this state, she would surely lose her mind before her life.
Did you know, the red and white swirly cylinder outside barbers' shops used to be where barbers hang their bloodied bandages to dry. This is because barbers also did double duty as surgeons back then.
Is that really true? That's kind of... wow, really? That's why those things are still like the barber signs? Did they rotate back then too though? Because nowadays they like spin around. If that's true, I've never heard of that before though. Wow. Did this scene remind you of that because of this, you know, surgical stuff? Well, today I learned, I guess. Yeah, the descriptive nature really, you know, makes the situation sound pretty dire for sure. Oh, I see, Fricks. That's kind of funny. In short, the boy never wanted to see anything like this ever again. Bed sheets should be white, not red. With every blink, the color deepened. Or blink. He was finally forced to accept that the bleeding mess in the center of it was her. He felt the blood surge in his veins. The squeaking of the bed, The snip of the scissors, the gasps of agony, it all faded. All he could hear was his own pounding heartbeat. The smell of the blood she choked up sent a wave of nausea through him. His knees abandoned him. And it was perfectly understandable. His brain had to shut his consciousness off to protect itself. Whoa. The mind could only take so much reality. He would give anything to never see something like that again. Damn. Music?
そうか。青子ちゃんは全部わかっているんだね。自分だけのことじゃなくて、この後に起きることも、何が残って何が残らないのかも、全部まっすぐに受け止めている。それでも自分であり続けられるということは、とても強いことなんだよ。
And on she went. I kind of liked her smile, but she just had to go and say the one thing I wish she hadn't. The last day of middle school seemed so long ago. As the ephemeral cherry blossom petals danced around, my little dream was crushed. I'd never really considered myself strong, at least until I began remembering those words from time to time.
青崎は分かってると思ってた。いや、きっと分かってるんだな。だから、そこが強いんだろうね。
And lately, an idiot who said things like that had appeared in my life. I knew I always judged people more harshly than those around me, but to have someone I'd only know for a few days point that out was like a stab in the chest. Not only that, the words sounded so similar, they made me so angry I couldn't see straight. Only him and one other person have ever said anything like that to me. Then again, I suppose my sister said the same without actually saying it. You're different from us, but me being me, I took it as a curse rather than a compliment. My actions, my choices, my morals, all the good and the bad I've done. When all's said and done, am I really any better than everyone else? Of course I am. I'll never sacrifice myself for those around me. They just had to call me strong, true to myself, in spite of how alone, stubborn, and ridiculous I know I can be. When I was younger, it only confused me. I mean, I don't know any other way. I am who I am. The frustrating fact is I simply don't have the courage to give up. So why? Why do I get treated special for doing what comes naturally? Built different, yeah. Kinda. The sunlight stirred her. Maybe it was the pain from having her whole body held together by arcane threads, but Aoko felt like she'd had a silly dream. She gulped air through her painful, parched throat. Gray rays of light shone through a small window, bringing her back to reality. She lived. Unable to bear it, she attempted to roll over, except she could only move her right arm. This was a really bad day for Aoko and Alisa. Wow. She tried lifting her arm but couldn't feel anything past her elbow. Once she stopped concentrating on her bandaged arm, it fell to the bed like a stone. She took in her surroundings, moving only her eyes. Evidently, she had been asleep in this bed. Unable to feel certain parts of her body, she felt like a robot. The room was tiny and undecorated. It was like an apartment without a tenant. Judging by the good repair, she guessed that she was in Aida Church. Outside, it seemed closer to noon than morning. Clouds filled the sky as usual, dulling the sun's rays. Idly, she thought that it could be enough to melt the snow outside. And then finally, she noticed the figure of a girl. Next to her bed, Alice Kuonji was sitting in a chair, unmoving.
おはよう、アリス。
She called out to her, all too casually. It was more difficult to talk than she thought. Alice was her typical stoic self, although Aoko did notice a glimpse of concern in her eyes.
寝てないんでしょ。肌が荒れてる。努力はしたわ。けど、瞳子さんに飲まされたものが解毒されるまで
And
眠
she
れ
can't
そう
even
にない。
sleep with that thing in her? Wow. Tough times continue.
半端な痛みは、こういう時に生ぬるいわね。
Wow. So it's even much worse somehow? Jeez. Alice's uncharacteristically vulgar comment helped Aoko feel a little more like her usual self. She felt reassured having a comrade in arms by her side instead of a concerned neighbor.
そう。アリスもやられたの。状況は大体予想してるけど、一応細部を聞かせてくれない？
Aoko remained horizontal as she spoke with a cool tone. Despite Aoko's condition, Alice granted her request. After all, they had known each other for 2 years. Alice knew exactly the kind of anesthesia Aoko needed right now. Alice's battle with Toko ended in the former's victory. The Thames troll was a special familiar even among fairy tale monsters. While lacking the incredible reality warping abilities of Flat Snark, its sheer mass, durability, and strength were second to none. Toko's rune magecraft was rendered completely ineffective by its stone armor. In all fairness to Toko, most mages would not stand a chance against the bridge giant. So if we had the parameters here as well, like we do in like Stay Night and FGO, right? I assume the Thames troll would have like EX in strength and endurance, right? Judging by that description. The reason lay in the mystic's body. As a general law of magecraft, a mystic will lose to a stronger, older mystic. The history of the bridge giant dated back well over 1,000 years. Flat Snack would have been after a win. Yeah, probably. I mean, it seemed insanely strong. Like it's a miracle and a half that you know, Aoko and Sojiro managed to do what they did in that park. Its origins could be traced to the 1st century when Britannia was conquered by the Romans. Shout out to Boudica. Conversely, despite having roots dating back to the Age of Gods, runes had unfortunately been lost to time. Rune magecraft was little more than an attempt to revive and use a dead art. However, monsters from fairy tales like the troll were different. They lived on in the hands of Alice. The magical world was vast, but one could probably count on one hand the number of magecraft that still functioned after being chanted into existence a millennia ago, as Alice's ploys did. In contrast, Toko the rune user was only about 2 decades old. Carving a rune took only a moment. There was no way a quick spell could defeat the personification of London Bridge in Alice's homeland. That being said, a beast had appeared that surpassed even those from fairy tales. Beowulf, the Golden Beast. It seemed absurd to compare a small and relatively powerless wolf to a towering stone giant. The Thames troll's attacks were earth-quaking. A direct hit from its 50-ton strikes would smash anything to paste, while a glancing blow would still create mincemeat. And yet the beast had attacked head-on and torn right through it. So it just went and down goes the fucking huge stone giant. It's crazy to think, but yeah, that's what happened. The wolf's fur bristled, and the creature metamorphosed like liquid. It was a breathtaking display. The wolf howled at the moon as if in joy, and shrieked forth like a bolt of golden light. In an instant, the duel was decided. Damn. And there goes the troll. The radiant spear of a wolf flew straight through the giant's chest and sank its teeth into its heart. The troll exploded. Clunks of stony muscle rained down. Luminous fur scattered in the wind. Two mystics dispersed without a trace and returned from whence they came. The curtain fell on a battle straight out of mythology. There among the rubble of the fairy tale monster was the golden wolf, standing like a flame. Now, what came after could barely be described as a battle. It was more like the slaughter of defeated pawns. The wolf leapt on Alice, disemboweling her with ease. Its claws cut through the protective wards on Alice's coat like a hot knife through butter. The golden wolf, this wolf which understood human speech, could only be the magical creature known as the werewolf. Werewolves were the forest people of Western Europe, with origins far more ancient than the fabricated vampire legends of the continent. However, none were known to have golden coats. It was said that the most elite werewolf bloodlines boasted silver fur. Silver werewolves were pack leaders, and werewolves of that caliber were considered phantasmal rather than merely magical creatures. But a golden werewolf was superior even to that, and so transcended human knowledge. Alice's ploys were among the ultimate mystics to have been created by humankind. Therefore, the golden wolf could only have been a mystic born out of the planet. When a celestial body has been active for millions, even billions of years, occasionally a miraculous droplet of creation spills over into our current world. Wow. This mystic had to be over 3,000 years old. A human mage. No, any mage living in the current magical paradigm would be helpless against the golden wolf. Not even in theory would they stand a chance of defeating it. Which meant that this werewolf was Aoko and Alice's worst nightmare. Damn. Who would win? Two insane magical prodigies or one wolf boy? Well.
アリスがお手上げの相手だものね。私がどうにかできるはずもなかったわけだ。でも、要は魔術でなければいいのよね。
Yeah, just beat it with sticks or something. There you go, there's your game plan. You call Dan Blackmore. Have him hunt this wolf with his rifle.
テムズの動力は魔力だけど、テムズのパンチは純粋な衝撃でしょ。当たりさえすればぺしゃんこじゃないの。残念だけど。
Time to call the Glock Saint. Down it goes.
あれ、基本は狼の姿なだけで、状況によって形を変えるわ。
He turned into a monkey to take on the giant. Interesting. Return to monkey. Actually a viable strat.
機関銃やロケットで狙っても、かわされるか。
Damn, even guns don't work. He would transform into like a shield or something. Wow. Well, so much for that plan. Yeah, they're gonna have to go about with the anti-Meruem way. That's what it sounds like. You know, Hunter Hunter.
でもまあ、質量までは無理かな。基本は2メートル台の生物のいいとこ取りってあたりで勘弁してほしいよね。ねえ、すごく関係ないけど、深海の生き物に変わられたらちょっと怖いと思わない？
Aoko narrowed her eyes as she bemoaned this creature's existence. So I guess the answer is that, yeah, she probably was attacked by it too, huh? The conversation appeared to have revived her fighting spirit. Once again, her eyes were focused and her thoughts clear. Aoko was back to her usual self.
で、
その後はアリス。
Oh, dude, she's about to hear about ya boy coming in. Uh-oh.
いいえ、私もあの狼にやられたわ。
Damn. Alice explained how the wolf had pinned her to the ground. Incidentally, she kept the part about Sojiro rather short. Alice herself was not entirely sure she felt it necessary to leave most of that information out. I see why though. Competition, okay.
アリスが相手をした後、休む間もなく私のところに来たわけか。初めから昨日で決着をつけるつもりだったんだ、兄貴。
Well, she did a pretty good job at, the attempt though.
姉妹かな。
Messed both of them up
ここぞって
easily.
時のタイミングは一緒だったの忘れてた。切り札は見せたからには敵を殲滅しなくちゃいけない。姉貴は視点を残り2つにしておいて、自分の正体を告げてこっちの戦力を分けさせた。その時点で奥の手を投入してくることは覚悟してたけど、まさか人狼なんて騎馬物とはね。
Alco let out a heavy sigh. Alice nodded slightly in agreement.
それはそれとして
They're like, what? That's so bullshit, dude. That's actually hacking. Stop cheating.
感謝
She
しなく
just
ちゃい
casually
けない
whips out an anti-mage
赤
wolf.
だってしてくれたの。
Come on, dude. They're like, yeah, that's totally cheating.
私が東子の立場なら報復の可能性は一つ残らず排除する。
Uh-oh, is she gonna attack the church?
私たちがどうにかなった後、猫の手首ひねるみたいに片付けられる
Oh,
わ。
Sojiro. That's what she's talking about? Right.
しずきくんならこちらで保護してもらってるけど。
Alco's eyes widened.
うわ、どういう風の吹き回し？アリスがあいつの世話を焼くなんて。
I mean, she didn't tell her that, there was the reason that she was the reason why he's targeted now, so yeah, that's why she probably felt responsible to do this.
だって放っておいたら青子が怒ると思って。
Yeah, that's a lie though. Yeah, because Aoko would get bad if she didn't do that. Yeah, not like you were, trying to repay the favor. Sure, Daryl, I'll try my best. Alice responded with her eyes closed. Aoko frowned in silent indignation, as if she wanted to protest where Alice got that idea from.
まあいいけど、それじゃあ今ここにいるんだ、宗十郎。
Oh yeah, I guess he left the room a while ago because it was too much for him. Yo, Andrew, how you doing? Good morning. Still unable to move her neck, she looked around as best as she could.
彼なら気分を悪くして倒れたわ。
Oh, it was so much for him that he literally fainted or something. Oh my. Alco furrowed her brow at collapsed. Sure, he was under the church's protection, but had Toko set the wheels in motion for his death?
何があったの？一体。
Alice paused for a moment before carefully answering the question.
それが彼、あなたを見て嘔吐したの。
Wow. That bad, huh? She had decided to be blunt. Yeah, this time, at least. Alco was taken aback. For several seconds, dim sunlight leaked through the window. Once she had found her voice again, she muttered.
いいけど、ひどい侮辱よね、それって。
She just takes it personally. Okay. Fine. Perhaps amused or perhaps exhausted from staying up all night, Alice cracked a tiny giggle.
何よ。そんなにおかしい、アリス。
さあ、どうかしらね。けど、しずきくんにも言い分はあるでしょう。
Alco appraised her physical state. She was dressed in a hospital gown. Bandages covered the majority of her body. Her right leg was in a plaster cast. Since she could move her right arm, she brought her bandaged fingers up to her throat.
そっか、思い出した。
Oh wow, she was bitten in the neck?
首元に噛みついたんだっけ。
That's artery territory. Uh-oh.
すごかったわよ、首が噛み砕かれるのって。ゴキンって音が頭の中に響いて気持ち悪いったらなかっ
Her
た。
neck was snapped. Jesus.
ち、あそこから好き勝手やられたもんだからつい忘れてた。
So how the hell did she escape then is what I'm guessing, because Sojiro didn't do that. And clearly Toko is more interested in actually killing Aoko than Alice, so wow. Aoko sounded upbeat, but the look in her eyes was anything but. She had been torn to pieces, but her life had been mercifully spared. Why though? At least she hadn't been dismembered. She had been bitten, beaten, and her bones broken. Magic crests containing the Aozaki's secret arts decorated her body. Even if her spine was broken, as long as her body was alive, the crests would piece it back together. Oh yay. Despite the crests easing the pain a little, she still hurt enough to want to kill that wolf 100 times over.
視点は全部壊された。これで三崎市の霊脈はフリーってわけね。全容を把握してるのはうちらだけの特権だったけど、東子は昔から知ってる以上、解析の手間もいらないと。真剣な話、所有権の書き換えまで何時間かかると思う？
Yeah, I guess both the Kuonji and the Aozaki crests are really solid.
東子さんなら2日かからないでしょうね。
Damn, they're on a timer, huh?
視点の修復は土地そのものに任せるしかない。視点のプロテクトが治る頃にはこの町はもう彼女のものよ。
I don't like Mahoyo so far. It's really nice. I'm very much enjoying it, yeah.
明日の夜明けとともに破産する我が身とはね。それでアリスの方はどうなの？まだいける？思考魔術だけなら少しは。あとは小道具に頼ることになるでしょうね。
My favorite characters? I just like the main ones. I mean, I like Ritsuka as well because of Shizuka Ito, of course, but I just like Alice, you know, Aoko and Sojiro. They're all really nice. What chapter is this again? This is 11. It's Witch on the Holy Night Part 1. So I'm not sure if 12 is Part 2. I'm guessing not. So first half of chapter 11 maybe? Sister Yuika underrated. I mean, she seems nice too, yeah. I mean, I don't really dislike any characters in this, so that's a good sign, I guess. I kind of like everyone. Aoko went silent again, staring straight at the ceiling. Alice knew all too well what that look meant.
それでもやるんでしょ？青子は。まあね。私、諦めるのってできないから。で、そういうアリスはどうなのよ？私は一度自分のものに。
When did you actually read through Mahoyoru, Andrew? Because I had no idea you had read through it. Was it like recently or a long time ago? Aoko muttered in agreement to Alice's terse response. Alice's intense attachment to her possessions was enough to make even Aoko shiver. Once something is mine, it stays mine. To take it step further, betrayal was an unforgivable sin. This personal motto was further proof of her uncompromising nature. Like a month or two ago? Oh, did you start with the collab as well, or is that just a coincidence?
OK、決まりね。じゃ、悪いけどもう少し休ませて。今晩までには何とか動けるようにするから。
If the nun who stitched her back together had heard that, she would have fainted. Aoko could barely even eat in her current condition. Even so, Alice nodded and stood up. As Aoko's partner, she knew that once her mind was made up, she had to trust her. Silently, the girl in the black began to take her leave. Here was discount on the PlayStation Store. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the collab put it on discount, yeah. So I guess not directly because the collab, but, you know, caused by the collab to me. incentivize you, maybe entice you, if you will, you know, to get the game. Also, wow, imagine actually buying something from a sale, like a game, and then playing it. Couldn't be me. I buy games from sales all the time, but then I don't play them either at all until like years later. I'm such a shithead, dude. How do I play games again? Okay, I just play gacha games. All the variety games I play are in stream, and you know, it's not the biggest amount ever. You play through games. I mean, you're doing it how you're supposed to, though. I used to be like that. When I got a game, like as a kid, I played the fuck out of the game because I couldn't get games all the time. Maybe it's because nowadays games are fucking cheap from sales a lot of the times. So I'm like, I bought a AAA game from like a few years ago for like €5. That's a huge bargain. Maybe my brain is like, oh, I didn't spend that much money on it. I don't have to prior it or something. So I don't know what's wrong with my brain, you know? It's weird. But yeah, I used to be like that. I buy a new game because I couldn't get games all the time. I beat the shit out of the games. Like, I played them from start to finish, multiple playthroughs and everything. But nowadays, I just don't play anything. I don't know what's wrong with me, dude. I need to shake that off at some point. Because I do want to play games. But I just can't do it. I don't know. I can only do it on streams. But thank God I'm streaming, because otherwise I play even less, honestly. Yeah, maybe because I'm grinding anime so much on my free time now. Maybe I should just pause that for a second. Although I'm in the middle of my big Gintama grind, so I should probably finish that at least first. You know, one big project at a time or something. Cyber Sleuth, yeah, I gotta play all the Digimon games too, dude. I really want to. They're probably gonna be great. I'm probably gonna love them. Man, anyway. She stopped in front of the door, her hand to her mouth.
Alice?
Alko was curious, suspecting that Alice had something silly to say again. I don't think that's true for everyone, but it's probably true for the most part, Kriblo, yeah. The older you get, you probably lose a certain amount of interest to games, chances are. But I think, at least, even if it's, you know, I have less interest maybe now, because, you know, I clearly don't play as much games as I do anymore. But I'm guessing even until the day I die, I'm still probably going to be a gamer, right? I don't think I'm ever not going to play any games, you know? It's just a thing I like too much, so, yeah. Yeah, true, Andrew. I think you might actually play more games than I do, and you're older than me, so it clearly doesn't apply to everyone, yeah? Why is the background music so fitting to what I just said? Well, I guess it's kind of a melancholy statement, or a topic, or whatever, you know? I think you asked me if I'm going to play ZZZ Food. I might actually start it after today's stream and play it a little bit. I don't know. I'm still in the fence whether I want to actually play it, though. Because I did play the beta for like 6 hours, and it was alright. And it is a new Hoyo game. So I think the reason why I may be thinking of playing it is because of FOMO. Because, you know, it might become super popular. All my friends might start playing it, and then like, oh, I'm the only asshole not playing this game. So again, it's mostly because of FOMO that I'm thinking that I should maybe play it and see if anyone else plays it. And if no one plays, maybe I'll just drop it. I don't know.
Hello, MYSFGYY.
Wow, Ristia with the 50 big ones. Hey, thank you so much. And a big welcome back to the Gal Gang. Holy, that's a big one, though. Wait, you have a flawless streak? I probably say that like every time you sub, but holy. Also, hey, enjoy the new big badge. What is FOMO? It's short for fear of missing out. So you don't know if it's going to be something you might end up, you know, regretting later. Oh, I wish I got into this sport, or I wish I bought this game and got into it, you know, like stuff like that, you know. That's FOMO, basically. You having those thoughts before shit even happens, right? You have a fear of missing out. It could be like, you know, your friend calls you like, hey, you want to come hang out in this bar? And you're like, nah, I'm just going to stay home tonight. But a part of your brain might be, oh, but what if it's going to be like the best experience of my life? What if I meet some cool people there, you know, maybe even a girlfriend or something? Like, it's classic FOMO, right? So, yeah. I don't know. I'll probably try it, but we'll see if I end up sticking with it. Because I don't really have big evening plans anyway. We'll see. Okay. Alright, quite the contrary. Instead of blushing, Alice furrowed her brow like she was thinking over a difficult riddle.
Alice?
Alco called out, but Alice remained with her back to her roommate.
なんで間に合ったのかしら。
Damn, yeah, that's what I was asking too. He's just him, I guess. She spoke as if the words had accidentally burst out from her thoughts. Alice's question was about something Alco could not possibly have guessed. Yeah, wow. Also, hey, Criblo, thank you so much for the 28 months. And a big welcome back to the gang as well. Thank you, thank you.
あの時もそう。私たち始発で帰ってきたのに。
How am I doing? Well, my social life is kind of in shambles, which is bringing back a lot of depression, but hey, smile through the pain, right? At least streaming helps. I can, think of other shit. And that's another reason. Maybe I was thinking maybe I should play some games on my own time so I don't have to think about the social life stuff. Because it's been causing me a lot of heartache recently again. But again, I'm not going to get into that. Yeah. No, man, dude, I'm not even gonna... It's not even related to anything like having a girlfriend or not. Like, that part I'm still okay with. It's just the other stuff. Sucks to be me, basically, without going into details. But it's basically my own fault. Mistakes from previous years just haunting me. But, what can you do? She carried on mumbling at the door. Unable to find an answer, Alice gloomily put her hand on the doorknob.
言いたくないなら別にいいけど。何がどうしたっていうのよ、アリス。
Alice did not respond. She opened the door to leave the room and left a few words hanging in the air. Well, I guess the silver lining is that at least I'm trying to improve myself physically now, even if, I'm kind of depressed depending on the day. So at least I'm trying to get better physically. Like, I'm back to dieting again. I'm trying to lose more weight, and I think it's so far been really good the past week or two. So, hopefully gonna show some results in the coming weeks and months again. And then I've been, I have the push-ups still now for a little bit of exercise. And even on days when I don't do push-ups on stream, I've been trying to do some kind of exercising as well. I haven't really dusted off the bike too much yet, but I've been doing, like, squats, some planking, stuff like that, to at least do something, So I'm, baby steps again to try and get myself physically better. Because I'm thinking maybe if I, get physically better, it's going to be better for my mental health too, which obviously is a big problem right now. So I'm just trying out different things. Also, hello, Burbo. How you doing? Sorry, better than you. Well, you might not have the need to do that for my mental, side. So you might be better off there anyway. Still working on your forearm every day? Okay, no comment.
どうでもいいことだけど。
Oh, second. Hey, thanks for gifting Burbo a sub. Hey, much appreciated, my dude. And welcome back to the Go Gang, Burbo. Dude, you're gonna... Well, we have a very new channel point seal titled the push-up seal. Oh, you used it, actually. Okay. So yeah, I always do all the redeemed push-ups at the end of the stream, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer here. And then I'll always do them at the end.
ゆいかさんにはしずきくんは見えなかったそうよ、青子。
The door closed with a thud.
そりゃまた珍しい。
Don't worry though, I'm not gonna cheat you out of your seal. I'm gonna do that push-up. It might not be the best form you've ever seen for a push-up, but it's the best I can do, okay? Alco mumbled to herself from her bed, seeming slightly happier. Blind since birth, Yuika Susei saw the world through her other senses. I think we knew this already, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not new information. But yeah, she is blind, huh? Yeah. Okay. She was especially sensitive to enemies or those who bore ill will. Now that I think about it, she was the one operating on Aoko, so that's pretty insane skills though, right? I mean, I assume, it was not all like, human methods, maybe some supernatural stuff included, but still, that's kind of crazy. Like a blind surgeon. I'm sure those have existed in like our history too, actually, and probably still do, because, let your dreams be memes, but man, that sounds pretty scary though, right? and typically viewed almost everyone as a threat. Presumably because that was the easiest thing to pick up on. So when she said she couldn't see Sojiro, that meant he was completely harmless. Well, layers. And then that harmless individual decided to pay the small sick room a visit. Oh, he's trying again. Yeah, maybe they don't exist actually, because obviously you can't have really that. I mean, as much as it sucks for people that are blind, because it limits your dreams, your career options. But man, like being a surgeon is such a big responsibility, right? You're literally doing something for on a human life, right? Which you don't really want big demerits while doing that, right? So yeah, maybe even if one could potentially become a surgeon as a blind person, like get the skills required, develop the methods, it would still probably be way too, scary, sadly, right? Yeah. Sojiro looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over. It made Aoko wonder who the real patient was.
何しに来たのあんた。
Though Aoko could barely move, she was still able to give him the cold shoulder. Dude, look at the bags under her eyes. Damn. Rough night is an understatement, huh? You can clearly see it. Wow. Pretty good attention to detail. I guess a mod application time to ruin it. Okay. I mean, you could fill it if you want. Or it's still active for this week, and then we'll go through them and select hopefully at least 2 new mods. That's the plan, I think. His expression gaunt, Sojiro grunted something or other before beginning to speak more coherently.
アリスが客間で眠ったから礼拝堂にいたんだけど、人が集まりだしたんで、こっちに逃げてきた。
あ、礼拝の時間か。クリスマスだってのによくやる。
Christmas service, huh? It was indeed Christmas, but regular mass was on Christmas Eve. The ones gathering in the chapel must have been truly devout followers. Tourists were rather rare in Misaki after all. So much so that almost no one visited the area this time of year. The worshippers must have been locals.
それで別にどうってことないでしょ。探せば顔見知りもいるんじゃない？
Can you bully me as a mod? I mean, probably. Aoko was as distant as ever. She clearly had not forgotten the fact he had vomited when he saw her, and a hint of spite leaked into her voice. Damn, she really took that personally, but come on, dude. You were probably just a blob of blood and guts and whatnot, so come on. It's not very fair, is it? Then again...
いや、ちょうどいい機会だから、いろいろと聞きたくなって。少し話をしていいかな。
Since Aoko was always in a bad mood, he did not pick up on anything out of the ordinary. She wanted to tell him to go drink some water because he looked ready to collapse, but he didn't seem aware of his own condition. And to be fair to him, Alice did say Aoko was in bad shape. Given how accustomed to blood he was no wonder he had fainted.
ああ、そうか。
Hello, Jester.
話なんてまだ無理だな。すまない。出直してくる。
He seemed to have misunderstood Aoko being deep in thought as not having enough stamina to speak. Naturally, this did not sit well with Aoko.
待ちなさいよ。話だけなら別に構わないわ。やる気持て余してるし、暇つぶしがてらに相手してあげるわよ。ま、退屈しのぎにしてはちょっとグレード下がるけど、この際贅沢言ってられないし。
He sensed this was going to be rough, but took a seat on the chair next to the bed.
で、何が聞きたいの？
Oh yeah, for those of you that actually did start ZZZ today, can you reroll in that game? Like, be it actually officially inside the game, or can you is there a method of doing it not suggested but somehow? And how long does it take if that's the method you have to go with? I'm not sure if you can. I forgot how it works in like stuff like that. I haven't rerolled in a gacha game since I started FGONA, I think. Alko spoke energetically in an attempt to distract from her weakened appearance. Naturally, she knew she was fooling no one. I still don't know if I'm gonna play the game though somehow, but I might try it later today after the stream, because I don't really have big evening plans. When is Anniv on JP? It's either the end of July or the start of August, I forgot. There's always a way to reroll somehow, yeah. But the thing is, because it's tied to my Hoyo account, right? So if rerolling means I have to make like another email or something, I don't want to do that then. I'm just going to commit to whatever I get. Because I want to be able to use my actual Hoyo account, the same email for all the games. Otherwise it's going to become messy and I don't want that. So unless I can keep the same email for rerolling, I'm not going to reroll then. There's no in-game way to reroll. Yeah, at least there wasn't in the beta, so I guess it makes sense. I don't think any Hoyo game has ever really had in-game rerolls, which is a shame because I think most gacha games do it nowadays because they know people are going to do it anyway. So they're like, hey, have an easy way to reroll or something. Can you just put yield email +1 to reroll the same email? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Took like an hour to start rolling. I assume you read everything though, right? Because that was probably your first time playing, right? So if you were to speedrun to a reroll, it's probably way less than that, isn't it? Yeah, I'm guessing it's like 20 or 30 minutes maybe. Especially if you know what you're doing. Maybe even less. Sojiro said, nodding in admiration. Naoko shot him an unimpressed look in response to the unwanted praise. Well, player backlog of games. Yeah, I really should. But we'll see. Because the launch, I'll at least try it. Because, you know, it's the launch day, so eh. But, you know, if anything, I really should get to that backlog. Oh, did you post something? Oh, like base +1 was missing that. Oh, but that means I still would have to use a different email though, right? Like even if the email would be easy, that's not my problem. I just want to have all my Hoyo accounts in the same email basically. So if that means if the only way to reroll is to make a new email account and play with that, then I'm definitely not rerolling. Yeah, no way I'm gonna reroll. Because I don't care that much about it to actually make a new email account. I mean, I have several email accounts that I could use, but again, I want them all to be under the same email. Because I like to be organized, you know? Even if it means it costs me rerolling. Hmm.
いいわよ、別に。私の夢の話だから、そっちが気に病むことは。
When is NA's anniversary? Well, it depends where you're from. If you're from NA or South America, it's on Saturday maybe? Unless it's Sunday for everyone. But again, at least for the rest of the world, it's Sunday 100%. Like me, myself included. It might just be Sunday for everyone actually. Because I forgot how it goes, but yeah. Sunday is the safe bet. She glowered, remembering. You have never once rerolled. Yeah, I feel like rerolling is only really good if you decide you're gonna play on a gacha game. Like, from the gate, you're like, oh, I'm gonna be playing this game for a long time. I guess you might as well do it at that point, right? But if not, then just go with the flow, you know? Panel is Saturday morning. PSD is a possibility release right away after the panel, even later that night. Yeah, so I guess it could be Saturday for NA/South America. Excuse me. Come to think of it, almost everyone in her dream was here in the church, turning her dour expression into an irritated one.
やめやめ、こんなつまんない話。聞きたいことがあるなら手っ取り早く済ませちゃってよ、宗十郎。
よかった。じゃあ、まず今の状況を聞かせてくれないか。
Today's live event, no? I'm sure they're gonna do a lot of things, you know, anyway in these coming days, including today maybe, but the actual content is gonna be like Saturday, Sunday for in-game. I think that's when they have the panel with the VAs and everything, you know? The big one. He spoke calmly, making Naoko wonder if he really understood the gravity of his situation. He was Toko's enemy now. He was defenseless and needed protection. Wow, the Nasu phrasing, I guess. Funny memes. Neither Aoko nor Alice could help him, and the church could withdraw their sanctuary at any moment. He had picked a side, and that had turned him from innocent bystander into target. The answer he sought was as simple as that. He knew the facts. He was not a mage and was therefore powerless.
それでもアリスは助けられたわけだし。
Aoko did owe him for that. To say thanks, she decided to at least give him the whole story up until now.
よし、今までの経緯も含めて。
Oh, do we get to hear what happened to her as well? I mean, we know the gist, but not details.
私も何か得るものがあるかもしれないし。
She composed herself before beginning her explanation. The battle began at the end of November. A lot had happened since then, including meeting him. Oh, she's gonna recap like everything from like their initial meeting with Toko and whatnot. Okay. I mean, sure.
事の起こりは1ヶ月前。三崎市に貼られた結界の端っこが何者かに消されたのが発端だった。私が跡継ぎになってから5度目の三崎市を狙って。
Damn, she's had to have. She's been defending the grounds for a long or many times now.
今回の敵は私たちとは直接戦わず、まず土地を奪うところから始めたわ。今までのやつは私たちを半人前と舐めていたから、大抵は
I guess the other ones kind of sucked though.
勝手にアリスの猟犬の餌食になったんだけど、町の結界には2種類あって、侵入者を見つけるものと土地の力を有効利用するものがあるの。敵が壊したのは土地の結界の方で、これが全部壊されると私やアリスは土地の所有権を失ってしまう。
I wonder if he's gonna understand any of this though, because they tried to explain to him like basic magecraft stuff in the past and he still didn't understand anything.
土地のないはぐれ魔術師と同じになっちゃうのよ。もちろんそうならないように侵入者をあぶり出すための結界があるんだけど、こっち当然よね。今回の敵は私の姉貴青崎東子その人だったんだから。青崎の結界は同族である姉貴を敵とみなす。
Oh, well, that's pretty unfortunate for her. Free bypass.
あるいは姉貴は結界の抜け道、構造の資格をついたのかもしれない。もともとうちの後継者はあの人だし、それぐらいの知識はあったでしょう。そうして姉貴は私たちに見つかることなく好き勝手に結界の支点を壊し始めた。時間をかけてゆっくり壊していったのは外からやってきた部外者を演じていたからでしょうね。さすがに連続して壊されればこっちも身内の犯行だと疑うし、うち親戚である浅木家とは仲悪いままだしさ。
Asagi? Time onion? That would be funny.
姉貴の芝居に騙された私たちが間抜けなんだけど、セオリーとして結界崩しは長丁場になるものなの。管理地の結界は強固に作られているからね。普通は半年単位での攻防になる。
Wow. No need for a lot of maintenance, huh?
攻める側はまず結界を形取る視点が何個あるか、それがどの5大要素でくくられているか、退去の正しい順序はどれか、もちろん管理地の魔術師たちの目を盗みながら。対して守る側は侵入者がいることに気づくから、悪さをされる前に敵の拠点を見つけ出して外敵を排除する。こんな感じで結界崩しは長期戦、あるいは前哨戦になるものなの。大抵は攻める側が視点を壊すぞとアピールして土地の持ち主を翻弄疲弊させてから
It's time
魔
to
術師同士の直接対決に決着がつく。なんで結界を全部壊す必要はないのよ。管理地の持ち主を始末した方が早いし、その後は術式さえ解読しちゃえば土地を結界ごと横取りできる。わざわざ壊して作り直すより昔からある結界の方が土地に馴染んでいて強力だしで一石二鳥でしょ。
That was how Aoko and Alice were duped. They never thought the enemy would waste the time and effort needed to break all sigils.
だから私とアリスはとりあえず受けに回った。視点を探すために街を調査している敵を待ち伏せて、これを片っ端から倒そうって。でもそのうちの一つがケチのつき始めだった。岬町の公園で山張って待ち受けていた時。
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it. I was gonna mention it yesterday too, but I forgot, and I almost forgot about it for today as well. But we did kind of hit the 500 sub thingy on Sunday stream, and I didn't really have a goal at the time still, because, you know, I had been trying different ones out and none of them seemed to be that good. So again, we should come up with some kind of a thing for that, like a reward. So again, the suggestions are obviously welcome for that. Maybe nothing too crazy, but, you know, I'm willing to hear some ideas. Whatever you guys would like to see or whatever. Indeed, it was the ultimate taboo in the world of magecraft. The existence of mages must never be revealed to outsiders.
その後のことはわかるでしょ。私は敵との小競り合いをアリスに任せて、それより重要な目撃者狩りに専念せざるを得なくなった。言っとくけど、これはあんたのことだからね。そこで我関せずみたいな顔しないこと。
Damn. No sooner had Aoko said that, Sojiro gave her that exact look. Clearly he had been listening, but not necessarily understanding. Yeah, as I thought he was gonna be.
ま、いいけどね。宗十郎がそんなだから秘密は漏れなかったんだし。で、あんたっていう目撃者を消そうとした私の単独行動は、敵にしても都合のいいものだった。強敵であるアリスがいないんだから。
The one time a clueless protagonist is good for the plot.
特注品の人形を差し向けた。と思っていたけど、あれはただの嫌がらせね、間違いなく。そうでなきゃ、私そっくりの人形なんて派遣するかっての。
True. Oh wow, is that a wild Jax? And good morning, man. How you doing? Sojiro nodded, thinking back to the Aoko replica.
あれのことは忘れてちょうだい。まあ、そこから先はあんたもうすうす知ってるでしょ。私とアリスは敵との戦いに専念することになって、毎日のように捜査の手を空振って決戦の夜を迎えて、今はこうしてる。大体の経緯はこんなところよ。
Yeah, I feel like that command, at least for your current, you know, interest, is not maybe the most, you know, accurate one anymore. I mean, I'm sure that's still there somewhere, but yeah. Feel free to write a new one, I guess. She stared down at her body as if recalling what had happened would help her accept her current state. Under the sheet, magical energy steadily flowed through her partially bandaged body. No, he likes Ilya, but nowadays he's fully idol-pilled. He's just like music shows, you know, idol stuff, DJ stuff, and also horse girls. That's like what Jax is nowadays. That's what he's all about. I don't think I've seen Jax talk about Ilya for months anymore. Again, I'm sure he still likes the stuff, but he's been so busy with all these new stuffs he's gotten into that, yeah, I don't think I've seen him talk about Ilya forever now.
けど、肝心の今の状況はどうなっているんだ?
So there you go. There's a new up-to-date command for you, I guess. From the man himself. Sojiro's specific concern was the reason Aoko was lying there. More than anything, he wanted to know what had happened to her the night before. Yeah, that's what I want to know too. Judging by her tone, she would have raised both hands sarcastically in celebration if she could.
事実は正しく受け止めなくっちゃね。 5つの視点が全部壊された時点で勝負はついたの。
Oh yeah, they announced that the Uma Musume gacha game is finally getting an English release. I don't think it got a date yet, just an announcement, but I think JP has existed for like 3 years now. So it might actually be even worse than the FGO NA and JP situation. But maybe they can somehow come up with a good solution, because otherwise that's going to be pretty annoying, I guess. It's 4 years? Oh, isn't even that long? That's kind of brutal, dude.
管理地の所有権は宙ぶらりで、明日には東子の手に渡るでしょう。
There's a demo at Anime Expo. Oh, yeah, maybe that means it could be still like 2024 then. Okay. Fair enough.
で、それを阻止したいこっちは。
I remember when Uma Musume was new, like in the first year. I assume it's still doing pretty well in Japan, but I remember it was like topping the charts for, mobile apps in Japan. Like it's for, at least for its first year. Maybe it still is. I don't know, honestly. I'm pretty clueless, but I remember it was huge. Like it was so popular in Japan. So freaking... I mean, I think that was the reason why it was picked for me to play on Subsat as well. I actually did play it on Subsat once, like many years ago. And I think that was when the game was still pretty damn new, actually. I had no idea what was going on because I didn't even know anything else. Like that was my first like actual, me just coming up or, finding out about the franchise. I didn't know about like any anime or games or whatever, So, yeah. It was a thing.
もう立場は逆転したから、これから私たちは挑戦者。つまり、はぐれ魔術師ってことよ。
2 hours on one run? Wow. Which meant that Alco Islands and Soljiro had only a few more days with which to utilize the church's services. Aida Church was not only an arm of the Mages Association, but also a branch of the Holy Church that monitored heresy. Alquanals were owners of Misaki City's spiritual lands, but they belonged to neither of these organizations. The only reason the church helped them at all was because they were the land's administrators. Once those rights were lost, the church would have no reason to provide any further aid.
エイリ神父はコウモリだから私を助けてくれたけど、ユイカさんは教会の代行
Oh
者。
yeah, I bet she doesn't like mages at all.
下がったなら明日にでも出て行けって言ってくる。
Wow, did you just flex for me, Bazab? Wow. Damn, well, that's a first.
教会にとっちゃ魔術師なんてもともと排除すべき商売敵だからね。バカリツカはま、泣きつけば力にはなってくれるでしょうけど。
Sojiro understood little of what Alko was talking about.
そうじゃなくて、青崎。昨日の夜、何があったんだ？
Did I build her already? You mean me? No. I'm still working on my Harmony MC because I started that project before I got Firefly. But after that, I might just go for her. Yeah, probably. Although you want, from what I remember, you want Gallagher in Firefly's team, right? Mine is not built at all yet, so that's also pretty annoying. I do want to build him though at some point. Not just for Firefly, but because I kind of like him. He's cool. Sojiro pressed her, and Alko really wished he had not.
見てわからない。惨敗なんてものじゃないわ。
It's Harmony, MC, Gallagher, Ruan Mei, and her, yeah. I guess I already have all the good ingredients then, yeah. Well. No, she's a horse girl, Jax, her VTuber avatar. I doubt she, watches or plays Uma Musume, but I could be wrong.
喉に食いつかれる。体中好き放題噛まれまくる。挙句に右のももなんてなくなってたそうよ。ま、アリスのチョコレートのおかげで出血死は免れたけど。
Wait, she's in denial? So wait, it's not supposed to be a horse? Is that what you're saying? So what is the model supposed to be then? She did play it once, but hopefully the Goldberry Spurs run. She plays a lot of gacha games, right? I don't actually know, maybe not. I thought she did. She knocked on the cast around her leg. Alko spoke casually but was trying to hide how much she wanted to revenge for being humiliated. It's meant to be an owl? What? Interesting. In contrast, Sojiro felt empty. The little color he had in his face began to fade. Was he repulsed by the terrible situation, or were his instincts telling him to flee? Regardless, he appeared very human.
なんでそこで固まる？あ、そっか。
Clip this. What? Did I say something?
私を見て吐き出しちゃうぐらい。
Oh, does she get upset when someone is like, they can't believe that it's supposed to be an owl or something? I don't even remember what her current model even looks like, to be honest. I'll be the first to admit, so maybe it does look like an owl. So maybe I'm just misremembering.
ゆいかさんは治療専門だし。
Dude, she's in One Piece? Ain't no way. Did you see that? Look. You were stupid enough to look at me and throw up, am I right? Well, you can stop worrying. I'm in One Piece now. She's okay because she's in One Piece. Well, how about that? So that's how you get healed from grave injuries. Are you actually sleeping right now, Jax? I have a hard time believing you do, because you never sleep at this hour. You're always up for like at least 2 to 6 more hours, I want to say. I've never seen you sleep this early. Are you actually fixing your schedule? Because this is still like a fine time to sleep for a normal human. This would be like, is this like 11 p.m. or something in Korea, which is actually a normal time to sleep at? Surely I won't see you online later. I mean, well, whatever. Not that it really matters. But hey, good night if you're actually trying to sleep right now, I guess. You have an early wake up tomorrow. Okay, I guess that's the reason why you would wake up, yeah? No, I'm saying it's fine, Seth. I'm just surprised. Like, I'm saying I have a hard time believing, but even if he doesn't sleep right now, it's fine. Like, I don't care. He can sleep whenever he wants to, you know? So it's fine. I don't again, I will never be able to judge people on anything. Not me, of all people. Like, if you want to sleep in an irregular schedule, go for it. The world is your oyster. Your sleep patterns so bad? Well, how is it though? I don't actually know. Like, when do you usually sleep, Seth? She gave him a reassuring look, but his expression was unchanged. Alko had expected him to worry, but this level of concern made it hard for even her to berate him. Feeling embarrassed, she started talking again. You went to sleep at 5 a.m. yesterday? Wait, how is your working hours? Assuming you have work today. What? Really, no? You went at 8 a.m. last night? Yeah. Fair enough. Pretty chill. You start at 10 a.m.? Wait, so you slept like... I assume you still have a small commute at least, so that's like 4 hours max or something maybe? Interesting. I could not like do anything with 4 hours of sleep. Work from home. I mean, still, that's like 5 hours at most. Like the absolute most. Jeez, dude. Would not be able to do that personally. I'm too old for that stuff. I need my sleep. Wow. And A-Watchers don't have to work today? Oh, is this like a holiday or something? Wow. Oh wait, today is 4th of July! I just realized... Dude, I'm so clueless with it. Oh my god. Today is 4th of July. Wow. Okay, well, whatever, dude. Dude, I don't pay attention to anything, honestly. Yeah, well, hey, happy America Day to all my USA viewers, I suppose. Have a good one. Are you guys planning on shooting a lot of fireworks or something? That's what you do, right? You shoot fireworks and you get drunk. That's 4th of July, right? Okay. Drunk drivers going home today? Yeah, hopefully not too many of that stuff. Shoot the guns, yeah, do that too. As images of the night before entered Alko's mind, she bit her lip in anguish.
狼
Why does that sound like he knows what she's talking about? Sus. You hide from flying bullets and drunk drivers? Yeah, seems like a good way to survive. Conversely, the bizarre phrase snapped him out of his state of shock.
そう、黄金の人狼。勤労って言った方がいいのかな。
Well,
狼男って言ってもわからないわよね。人間と狼のいいとこ取りみたいなやつと思えばいいわ。
only the best parts? What does that mean?
野獣というより魔獣の類よ。普通の人狼なら対抗手段はあるんだけど、トウコが連れてるのは黄金の毛並みをした怪物でさ。
Well,
あれは原初の人狼の血統で魔獣を通り越して幻獣の域に達している。
聖域の相手にはそいつらを上回る神秘、積み重ねた時間とか。
it's actually common for people to shoot guns in the air. Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly.
魔術は万能だけど、この年月の差だけは覆せない。ま、人間の魔術師にとっては天敵みたいな自然災害ね。
Her words indicated more admiration than hatred. The way she'd whispered about the wolf strangely made sense to Sojuro. Whoa.
何？
いや要するに青崎たちじゃかなわない相手なんだな。
I guess, yeah, his power levels are kind of skewed because he doesn't know too much yet or hasn't seen too much. It's like a Warzone or midnight. So I assume it's like the midnight when it hits the 4th of July. So that's already happened already, right? Not the midnight between the 4th and the 5th, right? Unless it is both, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing it's when it turns... Oh, it is both. Okay, wow. Because the only time, at least, I mean, it depends on the country, of course, for fireworks. But, you know, some countries allow more stuff. But here, I think fireworks are only legal during New Year's Eve. I think you cannot shoot fireworks legally at any other day of the year. And even then, I'm pretty sure you can only shoot them from like 6 p.m. to midnight of the first day of the next year. It's very strict. So you can, that's the only time you can actually legally shoot fireworks here. And you can't even legally sell them unless you're licensed as a firework, you know, salesperson, vendor, you know, whatever you want to call it. And also, you know, it has to be around I think you can sell them for like a week or two before New Year's Eve. So even the window for buying them is small. Yeah. People start when it's like sunset, like 20 minutes before it comes dark. Okay, okay. Technically it's illegal here, but everyone does it anyway. Usually, yeah, in here as well, again, it's illegal to do it outside of that small window. But even after, you know, New Year's, people still have some lying around, so they shoot them in like January at some random point. Shady dude said cloaks selling fireworks and not drugs in our country. dude, that makes me think of like the generic thing where you have this guy in like a full trench coat and a hat and sunglasses, and then he like opens his coat and there's like instead of a full wardrobe with guns and drugs, it's just like fireworks. He's like, have a look. Do you like what you see? Like it's just flashing and just revealing like a bunch of fireworks he's selling. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like the dude from Resident Evil 4. Does he have a name, by the way? I don't know. Anyway.
なんてひどいやつだ。アリスはお腹が裂かれてた。青崎は傷ついてないところはないぐらいだ。子供なのに。いや、子供だから加減がないのか。
He doesn't have any name. Just merchant. Okay. Shame. Sojiro's face was a ghostly pale as he muttered nervously. I feel like he should have a name because he's a very recognizable character in gaming, I want to say. The Duke from RE8 knows him? Oh wow, the lore though. Alco merely nodded in agreement.
ほんと。人の体を何だと思っているのかしらね。あのお子さん。なぬ？
Oh. Alko raised her head. Did she realize something? She looked as if she had seen a ghost.
子供って言った？
I mean, that would make sense, obviously, because you can remember the way it talked.
あんた、なんでそんなことまで知ってるの？
Hmm.
やっぱりそうなのか。金色の髪なんて2人もいないと思ったんだ。そいつなら一度見かけたことがある。
Well, that is an interesting statement.
青崎が口にしたような怪物じゃなかったけど。
Oh, this was the day they went there because they were cleaning, right? It was that abandoned like school building or whatever,
Hello,
right?
Myst and everyone.
I remember
On my
there was
way to
something
Anime
there that he
Expo.
saw,
Happy
but
Thursday.
it wasn't really like yeah, this must have been that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yo, Chuck, thanks for the 35 bucks, and welcome back to the Go Gang, my dude. You're on your way to Anime Expo. Hey, dude, enjoy. Also, I assume you were American as well. Hey, happy 4th of July. I just realized that like 30 minutes ago that it's that day of the year. So hey, enjoy, man.
木の実が2人がかりでとっちめようなんて怖いこと言い出してさ。金一個ないから止めたんだよ。
His tone was as curious as the things he was trying to articulate. Alko, however, had more pressing matters. Much more pressing.
見たってどこで？
Whoa.
学校の旧校舎。
Yeah, there it is.
そういえば挨拶程度なら話もしたっけ。一度だけアルバイトの時に牛肉
He delivered 50 kilos of raw beef. Sus. That's a lot.
この大バカ
Oh, she's mad now. Oof. A strangely satisfying slapping sound rang out. Ignoring her wounds completely, Aoko had grabbed a slipper and thrown it at Sojiro's unassuming face as hard as she could. She panted as Sojiro was knocked completely out of his chair. For a while, neither moved. He's confused. He doesn't realize it's a big deal. The boy asked, unfazed, as he slowly picked himself up. He sat cross-legged as Aoko scowled at him like an enemy.
当たり前じゃない。なんでそんな怪しいこと黙ってんのよ、あんたは。
言うほどのことでもない。第一。
Does anyone know how much there's left of part 1 of this episode that I'm like? This is part 1 of which on the Holy Night? Does anyone have an estimate or an idea? Alko knew he was right, and so she swallowed her words. She imagined themselves at dinner.
ところで今日、牛肉の山を担いで届けたんだ。一匹丸ごと。
Quite a lot. So even part 1 is still very long? Okay. I think I'm just gonna pause after this scene is done then, probably. If he had actually said it, Alko and Alice's response would have been less than cordial. True, yeah. Yeah, I guess he did say that. I never paid attention to that too, because I never knew there was going to be like a wolf thingy. So now, on hindsight, that statement, yeah, makes sense, huh?
それはそうだけど。
Also, best face on Alice again.
本当に金髪の子供が旧校舎にいたの？
Yeah, that's pretty good, Nico.
それが青崎の言う人狼かどうか自信はないけど、少なくとも。Oh yeah, I guess, well, we're not drawing the games today, obviously, but it got me thinking tomorrow as well, so, hey, people can still vote for subset, if you want to. Games are drawn after tomorrow's stream. The reserved game is more Limbus Company, I'm pretty sure, but we're still gonna play 1 or 2 other games as well from the forum. So there you go, there's a reminder. She did not want to believe it, but the child had to be the werewolf. Could Toko really have been so careless as to hide him in plain sight? It didn't matter at this point. With the werewolf's habitat revealed, Toko's base had been revealed too. To take over the bounded field, she needed an inconspicuous place to store materials. Ligma Company, yeah. It's a funny name. Misaki High School's old school building was the perfect place. I guess mages need their workshops. The last chapters are really long. I mean, it makes sense, it's the climax, right? 隠していたんじゃない。だいたい青崎が裏山
I'm
の
pretty sure they were the
掃除に
longest,
参加していたら
you
その
know,
時に分かったんじゃ
at
ない
the, you know, final chapters of the Stay Night routes as well.
飛び丸一人に任せず青崎も掃除に出ればよかったんだ。
In response to Sojiro's infallible logic, Aoko snapped her fingers. Oh, the choker. God damn it. Instead of another slipper missile, she let the fateful white collar express how she felt. True Limbus is gonna be a Dunta. Best delivery of a name. And with the tightening of the collar, he realized something. Aoko had changed. From the bed, she looked down on him with a commanding glare. Though weak from her injury, she was as sharp as ever. You would be forgiven for forgetting she was ever a patient. She was raring to fight. It went without saying who her rage was directed at.
青崎
She responded in a vulnerable tone. Perhaps she had been taken by surprise. Now she had an objective. She had been lost in her own little world.
ありがとう、宗十郎。
He expected her to be sarcastic, but this was different. She was genuinely thanking him. He had never known her to be like this and was taken aback.
あのね、とにかくトウコの居場所が分かったのはあんたのおかげだから
Sundara.
礼ぐらい言っておこうと思ったの。それがお気に召さなかった？
Very soon.
いやお礼を言ってもらえるのはいいことだけどまさかその体でトウコさんのところに行くつもりか。
His tone was closer to scolding than sympathetic. Aoko simply nodded resolutely.
取られたものは取り返すものよ、宗十郎。
Well,
それもすぐに相手のものになってしまう前にね。ぐずぐずしている暇はないわ。
she sounded unshakable. Even so, Sojiro would not back down.
勝ち目がなくてもか。暇はないと言うけど今はそれ以上に休息が必要だろう。その傷だって今は見れるけど昨日はひどかったじゃないか。生きていたのが幸運なぐらいだ。
違うわ。あれは幸運なんかじゃない。そんな玉かっていうのよ、トウコが。
幸運じゃない。
そう。トウコはね、私が生き残れる程度の傷にとどめたのよ。今回は見逃してやるから、もう一度やってこいって意味でね。だから私は生きてるんだし、トウコは私が行くのを待ってる。お互いが、お互いの舞台の幕を下ろすために。
Yeah, good luck, Scott.
そうでなけれ
Have
ば、
a good sleep,
ここまで
man.
待った意味がないで
Thanks
し
for
ょ。
being here, dude.
嫌だけど、あんたの言葉を借りるなら、ね。
Irritation tainted Aoko's words. From the side, she looked terrifyingly serious. She was ready to fight to the death. Toko had given her little choice. Sojiro could understand neither sister.
殺すために生かしたっていうのか、トウコさんは。
Well, toying with her prey, huh?
青崎はそれが分かっているのに行こうとしている。
そうよ。勝負はついたけど、まだ私たちの話は終わっていないもの。確かに全開してから行った方がいいに決まってる。けど、そうしている間にトウコは岬の深部にたどり着く。そうなったら、私の最後の切り札さえ使えなくなる。自分にできることを自分からなくしてしまうのは。
Though the pain in her azure eyes was not as deep as the pain of death, it spoke of the regret she would feel if she did not do everything possible while blood still flowed through her veins.
納得いったのなら黙ってて。いい。これは私の戦い。あんたには何の責任も関わりもない私の人生なの。座して死を待つなんてまっぴらごめんよ。勝つ気なの
Damn, she's
い
angry.
つまでもベッドで寝てるわけにはいかないでしょ。
He was dumbstruck. Aoko could never let anyone else get involved. Whether that was because she cared or cared less, he could not tell. What he did understand, though, was if he wanted to stop her, he would have to do so with his bare hands. And he knew better than to try that. Even so, he had to ask one last question. If he did not, he would not be able to live with himself after leaving this room.
わからないな。青崎はなんでそこまでするのか。
It is a valid question,
俺に
yeah.
は想像もできない。君を縛っているのは義務と強制。どっちなんだろうね。
Bare hands are powerful. I like that every time the word bear is mentioned in any form. Of course. Very sneaky. There was a sadness in his eyes. However, Alko was unmoved by them. But yeah, true, bare hands are powerful. They can absolutely fuck shit up. Like, yeah, a human would be torn to shreds.
らしくなく難しいこと聞いてくるのね。いいわ。口にしても仕方のないことだけど答えてあげる。その2つはね、常に私を圧迫
I think our national animal, is that what the word is for that? Yeah, probably is the bear, actually. I forgot about that, but remembered recently when I did some what's it called? The trivia site on stream. I did some Finnish trivia. I was like, oh, it's the bear, isn't it?
けど、勘違いはしないで。義務も強制も。
I thought it may have been a lynx, because we do have some of those. They're kind of rare though, but yeah. California state flag is a bear. I know that because of Fallout New Vegas, because they have the new California Republic, aka the NCR. Obviously the flag is different, but it has like a mutated bear instead. So that got me wondering, is that what they actually do in the California flag? And they don't have a mutated bear, but they do have a bear, so that's how I know about that one.
トウコと戦うのをやめたところで、祖父は私を叱らないだろうし、アリスも文句は言わないでしょう。ここで逃げても、それはそれで誰にとってもどうでもいい話になって終わるだけ。だから他人は関係ない。本当に意味なんてないのよ、何にだって。でも、私はトウコから逃げたりしない。これはただの、ここにいるっていう存在証明なの。
There you go.
私は単に、意味がないからこそ、できることは全部やるって決めただけなんだから。
Wow. With fiery passion, Alko said her piece. Sojiro was left with a pang in his chest. He did not know why, but her words angered him. Then again, at the same time, her self-confidence had him in wonder, even though she had said that her life had no meaning. Her stubbornness gave meaning to everything.
じゃあ、それが、たとえ。
Without thinking, he started to ask another question. Maybe he wanted to change her mind. Maybe he just wanted to hear her answer.
たとえ他の誰も見ていなかったとしても。
Interesting question. It came out as a murmur. Indeed, if no one was watching, no one would know that she had fled. This was the situation Alko was in. Even so, she shut him down instantly.
あら、見てるわよ。少なくとも私自身がね。
Damn, close up on those eyes. Her expression brightened, possibly because she had been surprised at having to state the obvious. Sojiro was wide-eyed in shock, but Alko remained nonchalant.
知らないの、宗十郎。生きてく上で一番の観客っていうのはね、他ならぬ自分自身なのよ。
I guess that's
だから
true.
人生っていうのは油断ならないんじゃない。
He did not respond to her somewhat exasperated tone, but simply rose to his feet. He looked defeated, which was not like him at all.
宗十郎、
すまない。君が素晴らしいことを言っているのはわかるんだ。けど、俺にはわからない。
Oh. He meekly walked toward the door. As he placed his hand on the knob, he paused. For a few seconds, he fought with himself, desperately trying to think of something to say. No words came forth, and so he opened the door, which swung with a strange creak, and he left the room. After watching him go, Alcor turned her gaze toward the window. It was nearly evening. A thin veil of darkness was threatening to descend on the town outside. Wow, ominous words. And that is where we will pause for today, though. But yeah, I guess she is very determined to just get a round 2 off, even if, you know, Sojiro is not happy about it. But there you go, let's get a cheeky save right here. Boom. Okay. Good session though, very good. Things are very heated now, because this is basically now endgame material, right? Yeah. Okay, but hey, before we end though, I still have to do some push-ups, right? In fact, let me check how many is that. It is 6 push-ups, okay. Not too bad. Very, very doable. Let me put some pants on, if I can find my pants, that is. Oh, there they are. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Oh. Oy, there we go. There's your push-ups for today. Okay, but hey, pretty good stream, right? Yeah. Another chill, quiet stream of Mahoyoru as usual, but hey, still liking doing these. And I am very committed to keep doing these until I complete the game, because it's a very fascinating story, of course. Probably not too many more sessions left. I'm guessing still at least a few minimum, but hey, we'll get there. Maybe even more next week, unless I think next week should be possible, unless something crazy suddenly drops. We shall see, of course. Or it might even be a handful of sessions. That's fine. Again, I'm not in a hurry, so just like to take my time with it. But yeah, that'll do it for the second stream of the week, the Thursday stream, of course, and we'll be back tomorrow for a special stream, because we're playing the Sunday games tomorrow, so it's gonna be Persona 5 and Elden Ring. So, because this week we'll have, we shall have the anniversary stuffs on Sunday, but next week, on Sunday, we'll have the support reviews. So don't worry, I did not forget about them. We'll have them next week instead. For sure. Ooh, and again, do vote for subsats for tomorrow if you haven't already. You still have time for that. And it's Saturday. Well, for me, it's pretty much going to be Sunday. I think it's when it goes live, I'm probably still sleeping or whatever. And I'm gonna wake up on Sunday to it, so I'm doing it on Sunday. It might be live for some people on Saturday. We don't know exactly yet, but it could be. But for me, I don't think it's gonna be live on Saturday. And even if it was, it would probably be so late that I don't really stream on those hours anymore of the day. So it's all good. In fact, I think it's more fun to do it on Sunday anyway, even if it wasn't on Sunday for me, because you know it makes for a good climax for the week, I think. Yeah. So I'm kind of glad it's landing on Sunday for me. Yeah. But there you go. That's it for this stream. So, hey, for today, thank you for all the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, and the tips, and the follows, and most importantly, of course, thank you so much for being here. You did miss it, sadly, Crowbot, but hey, not to tease you too much, it was a good session. There was a lot of big stuff happening, of course, but hey, tune in next time for the continuation of that. probably next week again, so check the schedule to know when to find out more. So with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Thursday or Friday, wherever it is you're at, and yeah, I'll talk to you again tomorrow with some Persona 5 and Elden Ring. Right, take care now, and a peace out.